Welcome everyone to Battle for Glasgow 2025. We're here in beautiful sunny Scotland where 3 teams from all across Glasgow will be competing to see who will come out on top. Now just as a brief warning, this broadcast will contain flashing and strobing lights that may trigger those with photosensitive epilepsy. Now if we're ready, roll the clip. They're clearly coming back to win. They won before. Why wouldn't they do it again?
Grizzlies literally only won Rocket League last year, may I remind you, was Chargers. They won Valorant. They won League of Legends. They won Counter-Strike 2. They're gonna do the exact same, if not even more, this year.
Hey guys.
Trajan, settle something for us real quick.
What's up?
Tell Serene that this BFG is gonna be another sweep for Chargers.
You're out of your mind if you think the Grizzlies are going down without a fight.
I don't know. I think the Stratos could finally win it this year. What? Okay, let me break it down for you. Stratos Overwatch 2 team are at the top of their game. Coming off a second place finish in NSE and a win at Battle for Scotland, those guys are hungry for yet another win under their belt.
Oh please, if we're talking winners, it's got to be the Grizzlies. UOG has a legacy at this tournament. They've got 2-time Rocket League MVP Rossi Tusasi back for blood. And with Rainbow Six returning to the lineup, we're looking at total domination.
Total domination? The R6 win was 2 whole years ago. And if we're gonna talk players, Challenger level player Heavinix is returning to the GCU League of Legends lineup. And with Valorant MVP Smile back for another year, I think we're looking at another win for Chargers.
They didn't even have R6 last year.
Chargers have it, I'm telling you.
Come on, dude. This is historical data analysis, okay? You're falling into the trap.
There's
They're
no
not
way.
going
Just
to
doing
lose.
their
They're going to keep their
and
streak.
then
Come on
also,
now, folks.
Rossi Tusasi.
Guys, we're live in 5.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do wonder who's going to take it this year.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
All across the city of Glasgow, we have University of Glasgow Grizzlies, we have the Strathclyde University Strathers, and of course, we're taking place here at the Glasgow Caledonian University. We have the Chargers here as well. Really, really exciting. There's a lot on the line to see who will be crowned Glasgow's best. Now we have a really, really exciting weekend ahead of us. But of course that all kicks off today with day 1. We are going to be starting with Rocket League, and then after a little break, we're going to be kicking it off with Valorant. We have a couple exciting things that are happening during the break. Those of you that follow us on social media know we have a very special guest coming, and we have Isla Campbell, the voice actor of Clove, joining us. They will be doing a meet and greet from 4 to 5 over in the fan zone. And then here on the main stage at 5:30 p.m., we will be hosting a live Q&A. So if you have any questions, make sure you stick around. You can ask them live, or you can put them in our comment section on our Twitter or Instagram. Now, those of you with VIP passes, you do get a free autograph, and of course you can get another one for £5, but don't worry, if you're not a VIP, we're still excited to have you here. You can still go over and you can still purchase your own autograph. Now, who's ready to meet the Rocket League teams?
Let's go!
They're gonna be sorry they were ever born. Who? All of them.
This is going to be a fun match against Strath. Gonna shit on Glasgow.
Strath, you know, they're like the heavy favorites, but I mean, David and Goliath is a story, and David wins.
Say you'll be gone, don't wanna chase like an updating them back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to
It's going to be an easy Strath Guide duel. We're just better than all the other teams. Like, it's not even close.
Turning up the price right up, yeah, you can do the math.
Absolutely thrash Glasgow in Val, and Cali will be an interesting match to see how it goes this year.
You're not ready for Bigma being Khan to rock the stage. Machine, and you watch Strath play like you haven't showered in a few days.
Let's just say the Hulk mirror might be coming out, and I think they're scared. Ombre, you know, you don't want this. You don't want this Hulk mirror.
Ross, don't watch my mechanics. Just watch Ross. Solid. Ross might be able to carry.
Tryna get me down, but then I get on up. Into the sea I drown, and it won't shut me up. Now they tell me I'm dumb and I've had enough fun just running around, 'cause I feel like I carry a gun on the tip of my tongue, but now I'm done. No, I won't stop for a minute. Gotta hit the road, gotta get me off the limit. No, I won't stop till I kill it.
Let's give it up for all our Rocket League players. Now we will be following a round-robin format, meaning there will be 3 matches for each game with a total of 2 points available for each team up for grabs. Each win is counted as 1 point, and at the end of the weekend across all 5 games, the team with the most points will be crowned your BFG 25 champion. So lots on the line, and it all starts here with Rocket League. I'm going to throw it over to our casters, Lucky and Puppo Bob, to introduce our first matchup, and we'll see you guys in the games.
Oh yeah, now we're going to be getting a bit more excited. Glasgow needs a new champion, and what better way to do it than with you, Lucky? How are we feeling?
We are ecstatic. I'm back for another year. It is your first time on the desk. It's been your first time actually in Scotland, and you've been enjoying it so far.
Absolutely.
We have been subjecting him to everything that the Scots love, and well, what we do love is a good bit of Rocket League. So we're going to see that. We had a lot of interesting years in the past, and like we just saw, Rossi 2 Saucy, the 2-time MVP, he is back to defend that title.
Oh my goodness, now that's going to be up for high stakes, but, you know, Lucky, I'm just wondering who doesn't love an underdog story in every situation. Majesty may have upheld for about a year or 2, but maybe the title is to be served off to someone else, or maybe it's to be kept for a third.
Yeah, I mean, the David and Goliath story, right? That's exactly what we kind of want to see. However, it's so hard not to back a team like University of Glasgow when they have the 2-time back-to-back, MVP 2-time back-to-back. It's honestly like, you might as well, you'd be stupid if you didn't back the absolute dominant team that is University of Glasgow. But both these teams, they are not the same rosters as what we saw last year, Puffle. We have a bit of a change up in the rosters, if you will. Rossi 2 Saucy, he lost his teammate of Goalie Monkey Boy, who's decided to turn to the dark side, if you will. Yeah, there we go. He's turned to the dark side, and he's joined that Strathers roster.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. Coming out to Switch, maybe get some vengeance on the other side to help out a different team, or possibly we're going to see that Saucy gets a bit of a boost from it. That adrenaline surge really kicking in, just a bit of extra money on the line, you could say, but I'm really ecstatic. Again, these are going to be some fantastic teams, and again, Rocket League is what we're going to be kicking it off, followed by Valorant and so many more. This is going to be a fantastic weekend.
we're in for a treat. Charge, the gift that keeps on giving, right? With the Clove interview, Hazard as well. Charge, this is absolutely phenomenal. It's honestly one of the best events that Scotland has ever hosted. And what way to kick it off with Rocket League, right? It's one of those esports where I don't think it gets the love that it deserves. It definitely, I don't want to say it's fallen off, but, but it definitely, it goes underappreciated. And when you have brilliant players like what we see on the stage right now, I mean, why does it not get more love?
I don't know. It's that hidden gem yet to be discovered. We got to go deeply mining for it to be found. You know, pick up our pickaxes, get the players in. But again, we can't also forget we have Clove, but also Overwatch. The huge community here around it in Glasgow is going to be loving the interview possible with good old Hazard.
Yeah, and well, Strathers, are you predicting a 4-0? Is that what we're seeing? 4-0 this time? Maybe. The David and Goliath story. We're gonna hopefully find out pretty soon. But let's talk more about rosters, right? Because I mentioned that they've changed quite a lot, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup. The University of Glasgow, Ross Tusose, he lost Gully Monkey Boy to Strathers, and well, he still has Shark on his team, and he's been joined by Omwom, who is a new player, I believe, on the scene. But it's going to definitely be interesting to see how that roster, changes up, losing Gully Monkey Boy.
Okay, so the roster gets a bit of a new addition as well, some potential to bring out, and again, I'm going to be looking towards this rivalry between the teams, especially with players changing a bit. That's going to be fantastic to see. Again, a lot on the line here, but I feel like this BFG is going to be a special one. It's a big one. We've got a lot of things upcoming, and it is a best of 7 for each of these teams. So what really makes it interesting here for me personally is that you don't go in, you lose a round, or rather a match in the series, and then you're simply out. No, you get chances. You get chances to adapt, overcome, and then simply turn out to be better.
Yeah, exactly. Best of 7, it gives you the most chance to kind of relax a little bit. You can afford to lose a game or two because you have those lifelines. You have that extended match period. And well, a best of 7, it's what's known in Rocket League, right? It's standard. Best of 7 is kind of what we see here, especially with the round robin format that we're away to witness. It gives the players the chances that you were on about, and well, they're on a LAN stage. The nerves, they're gonna be kicking in, and I don't know if we're gonna see some missed open nets, some missed balls. I mean, it's bound to happen. If I was on that stage, the nerves would be flowing through me. I would not be hitting that ball once, but I mean, it's all just going to come down to who can really settle those nerves on the field.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think some of these players have gotten used, but you did say there were some new upcomers, meaning they could possibly be affected by it, just a bit of that, you could say camera shyness perchance, or, maybe that's going to be adding fuel to the fire to really give them that boost and energy that they need just for these matches. Again, it's going to be a bit of Rocket League, a bit of everything, which does give them a short time to just absolutely spread that energy, absolutely focus it, pinpoint it in one direction, and go to blast.
Yeah, exactly that. And well, I believe we are just waiting for the players to get onto the field. And let's talk more rosters. We only talk about the University of Glasgow one, but how about GCU? That roster has the likes of Moist Murray, who I believe, if I have my facts right, he was known for using the Merc quite a bit.
Oh no!
The horrific hitbox on the Merc, the tank. Yeah, he was. I think that's what he's known for. And well, GOP joins back once again, but this time the newest addition is the Destroyer Mac on that team. So, like I mentioned, all of these rosters have new talent.
Okay, so it's gonna be switching it up from the previous years. That's already fantastic. The fact that you mentioned the Merc has already got me shivering in my timbers. If we even get to see a Scarab, that's gonna be once in a millennia. But still, it's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be our lovely Chargers. There's still one more roster that remains, Lecky.
Yeah, one more roster, and well, you spoke about the Scarab, and I might just have some good news for you. The Scarab, Boyle Royal, the RLCS APAC caster, he finds himself on that Strathers roster once more, and I've seen a couple of Scarab plays from him.
Ooh.
He has brought the Scarab out a couple of times, and well, JMS, new player on that roster, as well as Goalie Monkey Boy, like we mentioned. So that roster has the most new additions to it. So definitely, maybe I consider the underdogs in this. But when you have talent like Boyle on that team, it's gonna be really interesting to see how this new form talent can come together with the likes of Boyle, who's so experienced in the scene.
Look, I see a Scarab, that's my personal MVP of the entire series. I do not care. Scarabs are goated. No one is going to direct me away from that opinion. Even though it's a bit clunky, some could say it doesn't really have the hidden power of a Fennec or Octane. But even the Merc, that's going to be interesting to see. If you're known for playing the Merc, that is just phenomenal. Legendary to say the least. And of course, again, looking at these players, like you said, everyone having a bit of a roster change also gave them that 1 year span or however much the player has been in that roster to nicely get that team chemistry and synergy working together, which I'm going to be loving to see. The passes, the plays, and mostly, not like I'm a dirty player. I like me some demos and bumps.
Demos and bumps, yeah, not a lot of people utilize demo and bump, right? I always say it is the best mechanic in the game. Yes, it's kind of cringe. Sometimes when I'm bumped, I'm throwing the controller, it's gone. But yes, it's kind of cringe. However, it is so underused, right? You take a player off the field, 3v2, automatic advantage. If you know how to get those demos and bumps out quickly and effectively, you probably give yourself a free shot at goal.
It does, and what even more is a terrifying opposition. Let's say you get this type of 2v1 position on the net. The defender's really trying hard to be in that goal, keep his position, but all of a sudden he's bumped all the way to the back net and he has no control over his car while the ball is flying in. It's just not much you can do. You have to kind of play a bit of parkour, dodge and weave just to not get bumped and then also defend. It's a bit of trickery, a bit of a jest every now and then. But again, I'm going to be loving to see if anyone actually utilizes it to its max potential. Again, bumps, they're underrated.
Yeah, definitely. Now, let's talk series results, because last year, what we had, Puffle, we had 4-0 sweeps across the board. Every single game that we witnessed, it was over in 4. And 23, Battlefield Glasgow 2023 almost followed the same sort of storyline, except the last lineup of GCU versus University of Glasgow, it was 4-1 in favor of the Grizzlies. So you see that's quite dominant on these rosters. They're definitely dominant series results. I'm hoping that it changes with these new additions.
I'm hoping it does as well. We're looking towards a bit longer matches here. Again, these flawless quick runs, they're fantastic to watch for the supporters, and I imagine the teams must be feeling great once they deliver. But on the packaging side of things, we want ourselves to be a bit more smoother, a bit more faster. And speaking of the devil, here we go into round number 1.
Round number 1, GCU, University of Strathers. Boyo already going to kick us off. That Scarab, I told you, Puffo, it was going to come out to play, and it's already kicked us off 4 seconds into game number 1.
Well, UOS here with a very good delivery. The kickoff goal is going to be absolutely fantastic, but don't let that fool you. GCU are still looking for a bit of comeback revenge.
Yep, definitely, and well, kickoff once more. We are going to see, how can GCU come back to a quick kickoff goal? Are they going to be able to capitalize as GMB looking to hit that off the crossboard? Won't be able to do much with it, and will force JMS to make the pass back into that right-hand side corner where, boy, that Scarab, the engine sounds horrific, but it's doing a lot in terms of menacingness.
Oh yeah, it definitely puts up a bit of that shake in the boots, but currently we're going to be looking at JMS full on boost looking to get off that sidewall while Moister trying to intercept. It's going to be a failed attempt at that. Drive nicely, puts it mid-side, but Boy Arroyo with the scare. Like we told him, it's a fear factor for the enemies.
Yeah, it's an absolute menace, and where this ball has once found itself in the blue half, unfortunately now is going to find themselves on the defending side. The demo comes out, like we mentioned, there's 2 demos. It's an open net for Moist Murray, and well, there's the equalizer we talked about, Bob, and yes, Boyle was able to secure a very quick one, but GCU, they come back swinging.
They come back swinging, and that's already going to be an early equalization. 1-1, not even a minute has passed us, and we're off to a very heated start here. Let's see what's going to be happening right after this kickoff. Boyer Royal going for the 50-50, definitely won't be leaving the best of Prince, but JMS is looking to get some flex, and he challenges 1, gets past the 3, but just not the best position to really get him that comfort to nicely put it in where it belongs. So as of current, the possession is still going to be GCU's side, and they're going to be bringing on the pressure of this attack.
Yep, that ball is going to find itself into the hands of Boyo. Not a lot of boost to work with. We'll have to put that into the midfield, but it's unfortunately going to be interfered and sent right into his own net as GMB's forced to make a very, very quick save. And UOS, they are having to play an awful lot of defense at the moment. They can't really seem to get out of their half, and GMS almost had an opportunity there, but Moise Murray's going to send it past his car. Boyle's up, can't quite get it. It's an open net. Boyle with the save is going to keep it out for the time being.
Oh, yes, he will. Now let's see where the pressure is going to be rising at most, because once it passes this 50, I believe the teams get quite threatened by the ball approaching their net. And we speak of the devil, that's going to be a shot, a strong run from Boyo Royo, as he will be now leveraging it to the side of UOS.
the Scarab strikes back once more. The lead has been gained again for Strathers as well. A very nice shot comes out from Boyle, flexing the RLCS analyst tag. How I wish that was on my profile. But you know what? He's doing an incredible job. Even if it is in that Scarab, he's already kicked off this kickoff with a great attacking opportunity for Strathers. There's GMB's already up the shots on net, but Mac is in the way, and now the counter-attack comes out for GCU. Moist Murray looking to put on a bit of an attack of his own. Won't be able to, and GCU are going to have to regroup.
Oh, here comes Moist Murray again. That hitbox is going to be an absolute box with no openings to give. Boyo Royo just nicely fending it off the backboard. Oh, we need to be terrified. It's going to be the Destroyer Mac right now coming in for the defense. Nicely looking to secure it. A nice little tap off the side. A demo from JMS. Well, again, going to be showing that aggression these teams really have to show. And Boyo Royo misses the opportunity. GMB doesn't, but it still leaves it midside for Moist to pick up.
Yup, Boyle looking for the pass, maybe with JMS. It might just be an own goal, I believe that was, but Boyle's going to take the credit for it. I mean, Moist Murray trying to make the pass over to Mac. Boyle intercepts, and well, Mac, he got to that pass. It's just, he's on the wrong end of it.
We're halfway through. GCU don't bite the bullet just yet. UOS is definitely going to be having that 2-goal deficit, but that is not that huge as many may expect. But GMS is looking to further down upon it. Swear Mac, beautiful defense, going to be keeping it top notch. But currently this contention, the aggression needs an uphill battle, and like the Chargers intend, like the name does call, we need to charge into battle and score ourselves some goals.
Yup, you're 2 goals down. Yes, there is 2 minutes left, plenty of time, but you need to find them pretty quickly if you're going to get past the wall of defense that Strathers are putting up. And well, this is not the way to go about it unless Joe P can send this on target. Instead it's going to hit off the post. Boyle won't be able to get to it. Moist Murray will, however, and well, there's the first for the comeback for GCU. A nice setup from Joe. Boyle couldn't get to that ball in time, neither could GMB, and Moist Murray, he's exactly where he needed to be in front of that net, and he will get that lead for GCU. They just have one more goal until we have an equalization.
One single one, and that's what I'm talking about. It gets closed in so quickly. A small mistake here from UOS, and it could all be gone, done, and dusted with that little amount of, you could say, lifeline they currently still have. Now it's going to be on the hole. That's a beautiful flick. It doesn't go in. Yes, it does. Moist Murray secures it nice and tight as the Death Star also goes out in fashion.
It took a while, but GCU, they're back, Bob. They're back in the swing of things. I mean, absolutely beautiful play from Moist Murray and Mac there. The passing plays that you were on about, we saw them. And Strathers, they just got a bit too overconfident with their attack initially. They left that last man back. And well, when there's the nerves of you being on land stage, you might not be able to make the masterclass defense that you normally are able to. And that's what we just saw as we now have equal footing. Unless Boyle can slot that bottom right, he can. And Boyle Royal, 4 goals.
Oh, Boyo Royo, that's scary, but a mix of everything on the wheels and paints. Absolutely ludicrous, but we get it nonetheless. A 3-4 here for UOS. They're back in the lead. Not going to be deep thrown so easily. GCU, again, going to be the underdogs. But 1 minute and 23 to prove them wrong and maybe get themselves on the leading foot.
Yeah, I mean, 4-3, it's a very high-scoring first game. You know, you normally think that the teams are going to take so long to feel each other out, see what works, and you might be left with a 1-2 sort of scoreline. And, well, that's not what we're seeing here today as the clock almost strikes that 1-minute mark. GCU, you have 60 seconds to equalize, and we could be in for an overtime in our first game.
First match being in overtime, that is just a saving grace for the very beginning. Moist Murray, huge intercept, gonna be nicely bouncing it off. I mean, the mark is not to be messed with. This is a force to be reckoned with, and a beautiful shot looking for the lead up does not come through. And we do see Job trying to make it happen, and Destroyer gets destroyed. It's ironical, but Job with a shot right above, and that's gonna be the 4th for GTU, and another equalization.
Another equalizer, we're about to kick off once more. I don't know what we're seeing here. It's honestly like ping pong. The ball's going in both nets, just it's going everywhere, and well, we might have an overtime if neither of these teams can get lucky off of this kickoff. Only 41 seconds left, and well, GMB getting the better of that kickoff. Maybe Strathers can gain the lead once more. Boy Roy with a shot, it's not on target. GMS can't quite get there in time, but doesn't mean that GC are out of the danger zone just yet. Moist Murray will send this down into the front of that orange net, and Boy Royal, masterclass from him today, definitely. He has started us swinging.
Now it's 20 seconds down to it, and anyone approaching that goal side is going to be an absolute danger zone. EOS, they're starting to feel it. That's a pass, but not in the right direction. Just into Joab's hand, but is there a follow-up? I don't think so. Joab himself looking to finish the job. Moist Murray a bit too high in the sky for his liking. And now Mac with a final attempt to finish it within regulation, but it's going to be dropping down. No setup, and it's overtime.
Holy, okay, that was a bit too close for Strathers, but you know, first game overtime, we take it golden goal territory. Strathers, they look like they're in the swing of things, but Murray, what? 6 seconds.
Holy, put some brakes on the player. What a timing. He found it. The open net for Royal could not catch up, but in the end, GCU are going to be taking the first of the best of 7 series.
GCU, that was so unexpected.
That was huge. The overtime wasn't expected. I thought we were going to go 10 minutes at least.
Yeah, I mean, 6-second overtime, that definitely wasn't the story that we thought we were going to see. Strathers, they came out swinging. Boy Royal, 4 goals by himself is absolutely crazy. I mean, what a great game 1.
That was a fantastic game 1. He might as well just money spread on his arm with those goals. He can keep them coming, you know. Boy Royal, fantastic performance. A fantastic car as well. I'm going to be glazing him till the very end of the day, but in the end, I mean, performance was nice. We love to see that the teams were actually going toe-to-toe for a second. I mean, throughout the entirety of the match, we saw multiple equalizations. While, though, there was a bit of a 2-goal lead at a certain point, it did end up dissolving into overtime, which, you know what, again, for game 1 shows that this is going to be closer than we expect it to be.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely weren't expecting it to be this close, especially on game number 1. And while Boy putting up 4 goals just shows how incredible he is as a player. You know, he can cast, brilliant, but he can also, you know, he can walk the walk, which is pretty nice to see as well. Strathers, don't get too disheartened yet, because that was a brilliant performance. We just need to see those 2 other players kind of bounce off of what Boyo was giving.
Absolutely, and you know, maybe Boy Arroyo, he has a bit of a personal approach when it comes down to it, and currently, I'm going to be loving to see it continue on into the second match. And while we're having it still prepared, I mean, the series has just begun. Although, keep in mind, this is the first match. The first match is a bit of teams trying to adapt to each other, see what the groove of the others is, and then play upon it in the following, which means things could definitely change here for the GCU.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it didn't look like Strathers were on the same wavelength, maybe, as what Boyo was. I think he's just locked in, he's ready. He's used to the LAN environment when he talks it, and now he's used to it when he plays it. So, Strathers, there's plenty of opportunity, like we mentioned, it's a best of 7, right? So you can afford to lose that game, and you still have plenty of lifelines to come back. And when we saw such a close game that we just saw there, I can imagine a couple of games get taken off at the hands of Chargers.
Possibly. Again, we're not looking for any domination. We're looking for these teams to really show that they're, you know, while though they're still trying to learn with each other, still trying to get used to the full roster, they're ready. They came in here prepared, and they're looking to show it. A bit of a warm-up this first match, to say the least, but as we're getting things prepared, I imagine the talks, the chats happening, the strategizing in the background, looking to fix upon those mistakes, and again, change the outcome.
Yeah, definitely. Strathers, you've got a long way to go if you want to, you know, beat Chargers, essentially. They kick us off with that one, you know, lead in this series. And, well, something that I want to mention, Buffo, is that Strathers, I'm going to be so biased here, Strathers, they won Battle for Scotland Split 2 of Rocket League 2024. I don't think it was the same roster that we see on stage here, but I'm biased. I'm biased for this team. I'm actually, you know, I'm not sure if it was Strathers or Sterling. I get confused all the time, but I think if it was this roster, I'm so biased against you because you went crazy and you beat Dundee Angus College, which is my college, and it was a heartbreaking. Yeah, it was a horrible night for me. But you know, it's great to see that the talent just keeps growing and growing amongst these teams.
Yeah, it sounds personal when you have ongoing, but keep in mind, you can't be biased here because the caster curse is real, like you're going to end up cursing yourself and me a lot. Just let's tune it down for now because, again, this is only the beginning, and look how exciting it already was. Just imagine once it ascends till the very end, it's about to be a show-off. And, again, I'm looking to see maybe some more flicks, maybe possible fashionable plays. We saw some attempted ones from Boyer Roy, or even some flip resets and such, and maybe we get to witness them this time around.
Yes, game number 2. Chargers, they find themselves in the lead of this series, but Strathers puts up an incredible fight, and now they find themselves on the back burner. They need to win 4 in order to win this series, and well, let's hope if they can equalize it with this one as we kick things off, Bob.
All right off the ceiling. He was dropping in, but here comes GMB to try and get that second chance. The opportunity, a bit of commits coming out from the defense. Doubles, triples, everyone's ready to make sure this ball doesn't even come close to the possible geometry field of it coming into the net. Now, GMB from up top trying to nicely defend it. It was a fantastic setup, and Boyo Royal comes in for the swooping goal.
I think this man, like, someone needs to check his PC. What cheats are downloaded? Because he seems to be the only player at the minute that is just absolutely locked in. I mean, with the pass from GMB as well, absolutely beautifully done. But GCU, utilize those demos and bumps on Boyo if you want to be able to get some goals of your own. Stop this aggressive attack that he's putting up. And well, GMS looking to do it again. Boyo off the post.
Oh no, God, please help us. That was it, that was out. All of a sudden, we're having a bit of a maze go on between these two teams. And JMS, although it was a valid effort, it was fantastic to see. And at the end, the starvation from the boost here is looking fantastic. I mean, the entirety of UOS here, Strathers, are looking fantastic on their boost count, but also trying to lower it for the GCU, although it ended up losing out on that pressure they had on the attacking side.
Yep, well, still 1 goal to Strathers, Bob, and Chargers, they look like they're putting in a little bit more fight right now, but JMS can make the pass down to maybe GMB, who's going to instead have to be forced to play back post over to Boy Royal, and JMS off the side. Well, I'm not sure if that's the best idea. GMB can't get to it. Luckily, he can interfere. The shot came out on target, but it's fine. It's out for the time being as Joe P forced to hit this into the hands of GMB, who's going to send it flying sky high. The ball's still in that danger zone for GCU at the minute. The pass comes out to JMS. It's not quite as fast as he wanted it to be, and well, that pinch, that's quite fast. That's going to send the ball flying in front of that orange net into the hands of that Merc, and well, into the floor by the looks of it.
Had a moment. They definitely had a moment, a bit of an uprise, but now it's going to be gone, and looking to punish him off of it. GCU are coming back twice as strong with the demo as well. Now GMB is going to be denying that momentum, nicely shutting down the surge, but UOS aren't backing up. Now these half-flips are going to be giving a bit of trouble, and the pass on the 50-50 going to be centered perfectly. No one there to nicely recreate and redirect possibly into the gold side, but Boyo Royal looking for a play as Jobin's going to be stealing away the fashion, the show all for himself in the spotlight right now. GCU are looking to make it happen, but I don't think it's going to be happening just yet.
A close call, and well, still 1-0 in favor of Strathers. Chargers are putting up a good fight at the minute, but you need to do an awful lot more if you want to get past this wall of defense that Strathers are putting up. GMB, maybe a bit of a mistouch here if any of the Chargers can get to it. Doesn't quite look like it until now. Moise Murray, that Merc, going to continue the ball into the orange half, maybe make a pass out for JMS. It's not going to quite happen.
What a thick plate of armor we have here from the side of UOS. They've scored one, but they don't want the first one to be scored on their side. The donut to be kept for GCU, and well, let's see how we can eat that up continuously. I mean, UOS, you already have the lead, but why not advance off of it? There's been attempts. GCU have upped their ante and looking to just keep it pushing until they find that second, which would be absolutely brilliant, I imagine. Although GCU, it's time to stick the horn where the sun don't shine.
Yep, well, minute 40 left on the clock. There's still plenty of time, and well, this has been a little bit of a stalemate at the minute. Maybe until now. Can Strathers do anything? Boyle's going to try and turn around on the end of it. Won't be able to get much off. And now GMB forced to make the pass over to JMS. The connection is there, and there is the second for Strathers. The pass from GMB slots its way in. It's honestly beautiful.
That must hurt. I wouldn't want to be Mac their job there. The defense attempted, but it ended up being that real big bad wolf knocking at their door, getting the second for UOS, and again, finding a way through this defense has been a real tough bargain here for GCU, but maybe this corner is going to be their saving grace, and I don't think that's going to be happening just yet. Moise Murray with an attempt of a second. It's right in front, but just that setup not being pitch perfect enough to pass through UOS's beautiful barricade. And as now GCU are still thriving and really attempting to find themselves this 2-goal lead back in this 1 minute remaining. It's going to be a rough battle.
Yeah, time is not on their favor at the minute, but I mean, there is still, you know, it's plenty of time. I was going to say it's plenty of time. The caster curse is coming out, Bob. I was going to say it's plenty of time until that happens. GMB, he decides that he's going to fade away the hopes of Chargers to come back, and well, 3-0 is it's not a pretty score for GCU to come back from, but Rocket League is Rocket League. Anything can happen if you get a couple of really good kickoffs. I mean, you might find yourself just clawing back.
You might. again. 50 seconds, can we do it? GCU, you've always been on the opposition, but never able to really get that execute. Nice little tip over the edge. Moist Murray going for the beautiful aerial. That's the flip reset, but the denial from JMS as the velocity simply was not kicking it out. Now GCU are going to be finding themselves troubled, and at this point, some might already be considering that it's going to be over. Oh, the post being the greatest enemy of them all, and still keeping UOS in the game at a clean, flawless 3-0.
GCU forced to hear the ding of that poster. That's going to hurt as 20 seconds tick away on the clock. And can GCU even find a consolation goal at this rate? Because Strathers, they're putting up absolutely everything at the minute. You can say that Strathers, their first game, was it a bit of a fluke? Maybe, but they've come back swinging. They have come back into this series. They're not going to let this be the 4-0 sweeps that we saw last year. They want to take it all the way.
There it is. I mean, we get to see it 1-1 already. That's going to be a great start here. Both these teams showing some sort of dominance. In the first, it was the Chargers. Then Strathers showed their true potential and, you know, give a bit of a trump card out, as it really shows the difference between the first and second match. But the third one is where things really start evening out, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Now that both teams are, you know, fighting the same fight again, everything is equal. Both of these teams, they felt each other out essentially. They know what each other play like, and well, someone needs to really target Boyle here, because 4 goals in the first game, 1 in this one, I believe. He looks like the star player at the minute.
Definitely does. He's been quite consistent with it. Well, this time around, UOS, I mean, like we've said, they've been really putting in the work this time around. Boyo Royo definitely being the highlight of the current game, but there's still some time for these players to shine and maybe get themselves a bit more molded. And again, this was game 1, there was game 2. We have it down to a best of 5 essentially now, and if it keeps on going this way again, I'm hoping we get to the 7th.
Yeah, it'd be great to see 7, because we see sweeps all the time. I think what we talked about at the start was that these players and these rosters have changes to them, right? And the Strathers, they had the most changes, obviously picking up GMB and then JMS as well. They have the most changes, so it is amazing to see that this team can hold up such a fight.
Absolutely. I mean, they're both doing fantastic. The team plays as well. The demos coming in, the night. I've been loving how they strategize. At times, you really see the build, the craftsmanship of these teams as they nicely pass the ball. One goes in for the second, and that was setups really to stand out, in my opinion. But in the end, I mean, you do need to also incorporate trying to focus or trying to, I would say, yin-yang it out. You know, we've seen aggression from one team and a lot more defense from the other. If both could try and find that middle point to the sweet, sweet nectar, I mean, I think we'd be having even tougher matches.
Yeah, definitely. I think now, obviously, both these teams have felt each other out. It's going to be tougher matches going forward. You're going to start to see these teams strategize a little bit more, go for different plays, slow it down, quicken it up, more demos, more bumps, even a couple of fakes maybe, you know, just throw everything that you can to throw your opponent off, because Rocket League is a mind game essentially. You know, you need to get in the minds of the opponents, if you will, and that's how you succeed. So I think now that they have an idea of how these teams play, both of these teams will be strategizing, you know, new things to do.
Absolutely. They both tested out the field, what they're best at, what still lacks, a bit of those pros and cons to be checked. And right now, I think we're starting to get to that part where we're patching up the wounds, nicely licking it up, and of course, trying to inflict the deep wound onto the enemies. I imagine the mental, again, it's going to be quite rough here. You said earlier the nerves might be striking as it's on land, on stage. There's an audience. Everyone's waiting for you. There's cheers. There's been a lot of people quite excited about these goals. And maybe that's a stress relief. Maybe it's stress itself, but whatever it may be right now, there's already 2 matches first, and the series seems to be going by quite quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is just going to be really back and forward by the looks of things. I mean, unless, like, someone stops Boyle from Chargers, I can see maybe, you know, Strathers kind of picking things up and maybe taking the lead of the series if, you know, Chargers can counter Boyle at the minute. But it could also just go very, very stalemate. We saw that game was a very different experience. Like you mentioned, yin and yang. You know, the first game, so many goals. The second one, not that many. So this honestly could go either way.
It could. It definitely could. And I think the third game here is going to be the major aspect. Again, it's going to be that point where both teams have gotten used, gotten adapted, and ready to overcome the current standard that we're going to be watching into. And as we're getting slowly into the match, I mean, I don't want to put any predictions, but UOS in the previous match were looking quite strong, and we had to game number 3. Boy, Arroyo already looking for the kickoff.
Boyle is honestly just on a roll at the minute, and Strathers are looking to get that quick kickoff once more. JMS It's already going to seal that first goal for Strathers, and again, Chargers, they're on the back burner.
We're going to be left down, nicely pinned to the wall, and here UOS. What a beginning, yet again already applying some nicely tamed pressure, but it's not just throwing it all out there. They're using strategy, they're being smart about it, and this is those passes that I was talking about. Although the catch-up in that time definitely isn't as fast as some would expect it to, it's still putting on that fantastic attempt, and of course, the more times you do it, the higher the chance of its succession is.
Yeah, definitely, and now GMB is going to be forced to play a little bit of defense here, plenty of boost to work with, but she'll be getting that ball into the danger zone for Strathers, and they're going to have to do something very quickly, get it past the midway point, and GMB is going to be able to, it's almost in front of that blue net. JMS might be able to get the 50 off, and he will, but nothing will come of it as of yet. And Murray, that Merc looking to take to the skies and put a little bit of an attack on, but ultimately it will fade away for the time being.
JMS back in the air. Here we have Boyo Royo, who goes for the 50-50. Well, Showa definitely brought it up to the ceiling. It's going to be goalie here, making sure that it's still going to be their attempts that aren't for naught. Moise Murray puts it away, but that's where that mid player comes in hot and heavy. Boyo Royo looking to redirect her, possibly give it a second stretch here for the side of UOS. So they're going to keep on fighting. They're going to keep on pushing. And GCU, you need to throw them back. Otherwise, goalie Monkey Boy is going to be having UOS deliver their second.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I would say it's been down to the wire so far, but GCU, they put up a great performance in defense, and then it all falters. It all fades away. Eventually, Strathers break through, and that's what GCU just need to be able to do for themselves. They need to put up the attacks, which they are doing. They just need to break through the defense that Strathers is throwing at them. You know, it's like a wall they need to break through, and maybe an opportunity arises as Moise Murray takes to the skies, but Monkey Boy will interfere with the pass straight into the hands of JMS, who won't be able to get the 50 that he needs. He'll be forced to rotate back out, pick up boost, and go again.
Go again, try again, redo. Trial and error, that's what we've been seeing from GCU. UOS, on the other hand, they haven't had so much of that error aspect, some could say. And right now, it's going to be back onto that blue side. Real terror is going to be arising, and JMS is the name of it. But the name of the game, Moise Murray, as he nicely slides it in. Not just yet, though. It will be a bit too wide for his liking. Although after a second, it doesn't come through. Third time's the charm, possibly. Or will we even get to see the third?
Yeah, I mean, GCU, you've got to do something, essentially. There's plenty of time left, but you need to show on the field that even if they just get one goal, that could just be the momentum that they need, right, to get back in the swing of things and maybe even be into the chance for another overtime. But at the minute, Strathers are just throwing everything at them. Boyo, no boost. He's going to reverse into it. He's going to try and find JMS in the midfield, and, well, Sefty's going to come out, and Joe's going to try and force this up into the hands of GMB as Boyo, with one touch, won't be able to quite find the pass that he was looking for, and, well, what is this? GMB, he's already up, he's got plenty of boost to work with. Nothing's going to come of that, though, and now Strathers, when it looks like their attack should be over, it's not. They're going at it and at it. It's honestly just back and forth. GCU, they can't get out of this rut at the minute, as JMS, he's there, the touch isn't quite what he wanted it to be, and now maybe an opening for Chargers to do something here. Moise Murray looking for the shot, but GMB with the save will keep it out.
The one key difference I've been spotting between these two teams is that GTU constantly have two or all three players stacked up and together in a really compact space, while UOS, on the other hand, they're spread out nicely. They cover the majority of the field, and wherever the ball goes, they will follow with one, because one player is simply enough to get the job done, and that's what they rely on. While GCU, yes, those double commits tend to overpower a single player, but it leaves a lot of openings, it leaves a lot of mistakes, and this is where that punish might be coming in. No, just a bit too tight.
Forced to hear that crossbar on the post once again. I mean, it's a nice addition, I've got to say, Rocket League. You really rub it in, the fact that when we miss, we can hear the ding. I don't know if it's a good thing or if it's a curse, but it's still a 2-0 scoreline as 1 minute is almost left remaining, and it's the same sort of storyline that we saw last game. Unless Chargers can do anything, they're putting up a couple of shots, but the shots are slow.
Absolutely here, down to the final minute, only going to be low here, and what we are seeing Some attempts here still coming out from GCU. This is that key point you were talking about. UOS, they really never stop with the attack. It's all just one big plan, and they're setting it into motion currently. GMB going in for a second. Now, the follow-up here from Mac might seem like a good defense, but that's where JMS comes in with a beautiful Smith slide. And all of a sudden, it's back to defense for UOS, and they only need 30 seconds to hold out, or possibly even get themselves a third.
Yeah, the
Yes,
Constellation.
they do. Oh, hat trick.
Oh, boy, oh, the Constellation comes in. That's what you were on about. I mean, GCU, did it look like they were coming back? Not really.
No.
But with the Constellation, that's got to hurt. A 3-0 scoreline is never good to see. And, well, it's just because of over-rotation. That third man who was back didn't have any boost to play with either, so it didn't make his job easy.
Absolutely not. 20 more on the line right now as the clock is being ticked down slowly. Again, UOS know they're just going to be playing its virtue to its max. Time can't be spared, but here GCU, they have nothing less than it. A beautiful pass, a shot there. Oh, the top left definitely won't be coming around to put anything but sore mouths out as Moray with the final attempt, 3 seconds here. And unless it's going to be a really fast kickoff, I doubt anything else comes from it.
No, the game is packaged. It's packaged, it's sealed. It's gone the way of Strathers. And, well, nice consolation goal comes out from Murray. That Merc with a nice flashy double tap, I do have to say. So, you know, the mechanics are definitely there. And, well, this ball will eventually hit the floor unless Murray strikes back. I mean, yes, it is only another constellation. And, well, it's a beautiful one at that. But ultimately, the game still goes in the hands of Strathers.
It does. That's going to be the second one. Now, GCU came out swinging quite heavy with that first one of the series. And the following two definitely aren't going to be going their way. And if they aren't able to back up their fight for one extra in the one we're about to see or witness in the following moments, I mean, UOS are already going to be looking to book themselves a tickets to match point.
Yeah, definitely. Strathers are throwing an awful lot at the minute, I do have to say. It kind of looks like Boyle was the star player in the first couple of games, and now the rest of the team are surrounding him. They're going off of the plays, they're going off of the passes, they're making their own plays as well. And Chargers, they just don't seem to be on the same wavelength as Strathers at the minute. They are having individual moments, sure, like we saw with Murray in the last couple of seconds or so, but they need to have that team synergy and chemistry.
Absolutely. They need to amp it up again. I feel like the passion, the energy has been a bit booted down here. And Chargers, you know, they're high on their tail. They have a beautiful unicorn. I feel like they should use that whimsical magic or whatever the mascot made. And again, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to come out on this one, because this one is going to matter a lot. The burden on someone's shoulders just rises once you really start feeling the fact that you're one round away, one slip up away from losing it out in the series. While they do have another team to face later on, you know, for this one, it'd be better to try and really give it all they got.
Yeah, definitely. This game is do or die, essentially. Yes, you know, it's not like, right, you're not going to lose this. If you lose this one, you know, you still have chances.
Yeah.
But it's going to be so much harder to come back. And, well, as we go into game number 4, this is a tone setter for the rest of this series as GCU get the better of the kickoff.
Well, let's see. GCU are going to be sent back to a best-of-5 needed recall. Or UOS, will you be able to find yourself in a bit more of a dangerous position? Shots already heavy in GCU. This is what we've been talking about. Now they're stepping on the gas a bit more.
Yup, now it looks like they're in the swing of things. All thanks to Murray. That Merc looking for another double tap. Won't be able to quite find it as Boyle will make the pass over to JMS. Not a lot of boost to work with, but it's fine. GMB's going to send that one flying into the blue half as Murray's on it once more. 50 boost to his name. Maybe looking for the pass over to Joe P. The shot's on target, but Boyle's there, and well, Mac is up. It's off of the post. It's in the back of the net, and Chargers, they're going to kick us off with the first of this game, and it looks like they're not fighting. The fight isn't over for them, essentially.
No, it is not. I mean, they kept it recoiling back and back and back until it was right where it belonged. That ball did not leave the blue area. The front field was completely occupied, and in the end, with enough passes, with enough bounces, they bounce back and get themselves this 1-0 lead. Now, the main question arising here is going to be, can they keep it, or maybe even advance it off the backboard? Jones looking to make a play on his own. Moise Murray coming in for the defense, and oh, here it comes. A beautiful one from the side, just doesn't roll in as smoothly as he wanted it to, but still passes with GCU, and they're absolutely bringing the heat here.
Yeah, the team chemistry almost looks like absolutely perfect, as that one's almost on target as well. Mac with another shot off of the post, and the crossbar as well. Joe can't quite get to it, and well, that could have furthered the lead, but what we've just seen there is a glimmer of hope for Chargers. They have the team chemistry, and Strathers are a bit shook by that. They don't really know what to do, and like I said, the teams were going to strategize, and I guess that's what we're seeing, but Strathers looking to equalise this series as GMB can't quite find the end of that ball. He's going to have to be forced to rotate back. Boyle can't quite make the touch, and JMS, last man back, he needs to be there, and he is. Up to GMB, he's going to send that flying into that side wall, and Boyle not a lot of boost. The Scarab can't really do much.
I don't know what's going to be giving me a heart attack earlier. The Red Bull is side-eyeing me currently, or it's going to be these posts keep on bouncing and denying goals. It's absolutely terrific here. And while Boy Arroyo is looking to make a second one, UOS have not gotten themselves a goal, which is definitely contradictory to how they played in the past two. The prior have been quite dominant. Now it's started to switch up, and we'll have to see the adaptation, the change, the big rise from GCU. The defense as well is definitely complementary.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Boyle swapped jerseys. Maybe he's giving a bit of a helping hand to Chargers, because this looks like an absolute different team at the minute. And well, Murray and Boyle, they're going to meet in the middle there, and Murray's going to get the better of that. But the bump comes out to play from that Scar, and Boyle's being a menace. Strathers, they're throwing everything as JMS is going to collect that ball in midfield, but he will be deleted as Murray's going to take to the skies. Has to get it past Boyle. The pinch comes out, but so does the save.
Oh, it's getting close. Everyone's going for these 50-50s. The pinch isn't going to be going anywhere, and as much as everyone's acting like sitting ducks right now, JMS is on the move, and you got to be terrified when those hot wheels are burning. And burning further in Job's fashion. He throws it nicely to a corner just for GMB to claim, but who's going to be there to pick it up? Well, Job's back on, and he's been constantly looking around that ball, nicely shadowing it behind. And as well, the Merc coming out. Moist Murray with a huge shot and looking for the follow-up. He gets the demo in the meanwhile, and it's going to be an open net for Moist Murray, the Merc with a mouth.
That Merc has been absolutely menacing as of late, and well, it was about time that went in. The demo came out, and Moist Murray was there to punish, and not even that, if he couldn't get to that ball, there was someone else sitting in position that could have as well. That net was wide open, and we talked about how demos and bumps leave you with such a big advantage if you utilize them correctly, and Chargers, they seem to be taking a page out of our book.
Yeah, they're having UOS be served a taste of their own medicine. GCU have taken not too much of a like, and this is one of those demos bumps we've been talking about, but just that very top crossbar, UOS has been really brimming at it right now, looking grim. GCU coming in with another. Moist Murray with the attempt, but he's playing alone, and in a 3v3, that's not to be recommended.
Yeah, GCU, they've stepped up to the task. They want to come back, they want to equalise this series, and well, Joe P put on a little bit of a, I don't want to say that was a whiff of a defence, but it's out for the time being until Boyle, he is going to capitalise. He's back once again.
He's back in the game. UOS, you have no clue where you're about to be reaching. GCU, 1 minute and 12, that's all you currently have to stand for. And well, if you can't stand on your own, UOS are going to be stepping over you, using you as stepping stone for this match point. And I imagine GCU know the position, but can they treat it correctly?
Yeah, that's the thing, 60 seconds, that's all that remains, and this is very, very close. It's kind of like that one game that we saw earlier. Can we see overtime? Who knows? I think we should be seeing it. Both these teams are putting up an incredible fight. It's honestly so back and forth, but Chargers, they've stepped their foot on the gas a little bit, and they're wanting to come back, essentially, as Murray's going to take to the skies, get the bump onto JMS, but Boyle's already up, he's already there, and the ball's going to find itself in the hands of Mac, who's trying to put on a little bit of an attack for GCU at the minute, as he's playing it slow, won't be able to get to that ball that GMB's going to send flying his way, but Murray will, and he'll be left with no boost to do anything after JMS is done with it, and he's going to have to rely on Mac and Joe to keep this out of the net.
It's right in front of it, and here comes GMB, making sure that it's not going to be all lost. UOS with a huge comeback here in the final few seconds. GCU just needed a bit of that positioning correction, but with the Merc being gone, with everyone being occupied, UOS took the advantage. They punished, they opened, and now 25 seconds to decide, is it regulation or is it overtime?
I think we have another overtime, Bob. I can't lie. I want another golden goal territory, but I would love to see if Chargers can get a late goal here, because we saw Murray in the last game get two very nice ones, so it looks like it might be possible, but Boyle was going to try and send that back into the blue half, but it's not going to be successful. GMB's up, he's going to get to that ball in time. won't be able to find a second touch, but Mac is already there. He's up, the ball's going to find itself over in the hands of Joe P, but the double commit comes out, and are they able to keep the ball up, or will it hit the floor? Moss Murray, the Merc, he keeps the dream alive, but ultimately the ball hits the floor, and we're back to golden goal territory once more.
These couple minutes, just a charging moment for UOS. Will they be able to bring it into overtime? And again, this is going to be match point. It means a lot for them. The shots as well, looking to make it another 6-second incident, but just not happening yet. GCU have learned from their mistakes and they're looking not to repeat it yet again. But although with the moments ticking, with a strike on the clock, currently GMB, as the name indicates, he's going to be a real Tony Monkey boy.
Yeah, well, 25 seconds at the last so far, and Matt trying to make a good start for Chargers, but will be interfered by JMS. Goes that Murray, pass to Mac, Murray's up, he won't be able to find the connection, but the pressure is still there for University of Strathers. Joe P will send it to the back of the net. The crowd, they're loving that. Chargers, the comeback story, it's still alive, and we're in for maybe the whole series, Bob. We might be going all the way.
Oh, what a blessing, but a fantastic beginning here. GCU proved that they can really hold their strength, although at the very end it seemed like they were losing a bit of energy. US were really starting to pile upon them, but in the end, that's what that overtime is for. They got back in, they locked in, put on their glasses, and now they read out a narrative none like other we have seen. Roy, fantastic shots here. We get to see them on the replay. Absolute passion, and you can even call it a masterpiece in the end. It's going to be series. It's going to be 2-2 right now. And Alex, like you said it, we could be going the full way.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked that even happened there. I thought after the last couple of games, it's like Strathers, they had it, right? They were doing so well, and, well, GCU came out swinging. That was like a completely different team. We saw really fast plays, team chemistry. We only saw solo plays in the first couple of games.
Yeah, just at the very beginning. But, the teams, they have communication. Yes, they have microphones and, headsets to talk it through. And in the end, they said, you know what, enough is enough. We got to lock in, we got to play. There's a lot on the line. And for the very beginning, we really need to emphasize on our teamwork, chemistry, and synergy, of course, all alike.
Yeah, teamwork, chemistry is exactly what makes Rocket League. There's 3 players on the field for a reason. You need to utilize them all. And GCU, that's exactly what they just done there. And yes, it was a very shaky one. They went into overtime, but they got the job done, right? And that is what matters. We are now back once again on equal footing as the players, they set to the field once more. Game number 5, equal footing, Bob. This could go either way.
Oh, and no one's going to be going for a card change. I've been loving that. Everyone's sticking to these Fenix, be it the Scarab, be it the Merc, whatever it is right now. Let's see this aggression. Some kickoffs have really been game-changing, to say the least. From GCU to UOS, they've both proven to be a very good starter kit. But in the end, you got to prevail till the very end. Boy Arroyo's looking to make a change.
Oh, Boy Arroyo, he's back, maybe. He is back. He looks like he is in the swing of things, but GCU, they're not slowing down as of yet. JMS can't quite get that past Joe P, and, well, Mac, the fast aerial, the backflip, it happens to the best of us, it's okay. But he's back once more to put the attack on. Joe P, up to the ceiling, the ball's going to fall in front of that orange net, but GMB able to keep it out for the time being. JMS, not a lot of boost to work with, and Joe's going to challenge that, and that ball's going to be right in the danger zone. If Moss Murray can get to it, it's off of the crossbar. Joe P with a shot as well, but GMB's going to keep it out. And Strathers, the defense has definitely kicked up a notch, but turn that into an offense.
Oh, blood, sweat, and tears. That's what UOS are bringing here. Really close. GCU, they had a rough one. I mean, this was a hard-fought battle we had over towards the defense. It kept on going player to player to player to player. And in the end, look at the result. Nothing has changed. It shows that the energy here is going to be showing off a lot. As again, they both have a lot on the line. And Boy Arroyo puts it into account. The dog on the roof. And of course, the dog being brought out, he really barked himself.
Yeah, Boyle, he's mostly, he's always going to be that first player, essentially, to score the first for Strathers. And, well, it kicks off the momentum for Strathers. As you can see, JMS, GMB, they're going to work around Boyle being that player who's getting those goals. But Joe's going to get the better of this kickoff, and unfortunately won't be able to find much from it. But the double commit in front of that net wasn't looking too good for Strathers, but they're out of it for the time being, and they've turned this into another attack as well. Matt's going to take to the skies, but Boyle will challenge him there. And Joe is a little bit confusing, having to do a couple of spins around the block, essentially, to get himself out of that rut, but the block's going to come out. GMS, no boost, going to try and fake Mac out, but he's not going to slow down for anyone as this ball's going to continue its way in front of the orange net. Mac's going to try and find the pass to Murray. Murray can't quite find the shot, but Joe P can. It's in the back of the net, and the equaliser comes out.
The power of friendship from GCU. They kept it from one to the other until the third of the rise. That's where it was thriving at most, and it really shows that these players are close. You know, they rely on each other. They know how to communicate, and they know how to work it through. As now it's going to be the EQ now. 3 minutes to remain here. Again, this is going to be deciding match point. I'm going to keep on going at it because you win that next one, and it's over, right?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, I don't want to be on match point. I mean, like, imagine you have just come back as Chargers. You're equalised, and well, find yourself on match point against Strathers. It's going to be really heartbreaking, and they're going to have to find every ounce of energy that they have left. It looks like they've got an awful lot left in the time. Maybe it's thanks to the Red Bulls that we've seen on display today. But GCU, just keep your composure. That's all that I'd say. And Mac is looking to do so as he's going to run out of boost and he's going to have to use the flip awfully late. But Joe's going to find the connection, won't find the back of the net, and he'll be forced to find his backboard.
Players keeping it real close. Tight right here as they're going for commits along the way, but Moist Marais yet again looking to bump it. All sort of competition from his way. We see the GCU, the rest of the players, the duo behind them are still going to be sticking hand in hand and trying to go for that defensive front. While in the meanwhile, now US are back on what they look to make a counterattack. A perfect one of that. JMS is going to be nicely denied, disrupting, and looking to stop any attempts being made. Boyo with the follow-up, and it's going to be a book Joe who just barely has enough boost to suffice for it. A nice little angle shot. JMS is going to be connecting good, but the fact that they can still manage to fend it off, that GCU could be fighting this backboard shot, but as we said, it doesn't matter.
Oh, and that ball is going to be sent straight to the hands of GMB, who take to the skies, and Joe has just the right now up boost left to get to that. And well, GCU, they're looking boost starved at the minute as University of Strathclyde, they're throwing everything at them, and Joe won't be able to get to that ball. Moist Murray will. It's over Boyo, but won't be over JMS. He's going to collect it, but that is a very dangerous touch in front of your own net, and will luckily be swept away by Boyo, but the pressure is still there from GCU. They just can't quite slot it in the back of the net.
Oh wow, it is so close each and every single time, but we really can't predict once a single slip up happens. These have been flawless performances, but both these teams, they kept it going. The defense has been unbreakable, and until we find that crack in the armor, it's going to be going toe-to-toe again, eye for eye. Both these teams, like we see it, the one-to-one is really indicating it at most, and Boyaroya coming in hot and heavy. The follow-up from JMS, the bump as well, and the prediction Riri right on him. JMS puts another egg in the basket.
Yeah. That was just honestly incredible teamwork. Boyle with that bump, JMS, he read it off of the post, and maybe it was thanks to that ding. You know, he was able to hear the ding. He was like, oh, I need to go again. I need that second touch to secure it. But we're back to kick off, and with 51 seconds left, Bob, I don't know if Chargers have what it takes to come back, especially when JMS might be on the end of it. Instead, no, he's going to have to be forced to play defense, and well, time is ticking, Chargers. You've got an awful lot to do. Moist Murray sends the ball over to the backboard, but will be collected by GMS, who's going to try and get past Joe, but he's there. Sends it hurling towards that orange net. 30 seconds left. Mark is going to be ticking down. Chargers, you need something quick. You need it now.
Have it the long way. Come on, GCU. You have 20 seconds to make up for that mistake. US, I doubt they're going to be letting you get away with it so easily, keeping you at bay for the current moment. But GCU are coming in with Murray, and you know that's going to be a terrifying player. Joe, this is going to be one of those attempts. 10-second double digits are to be gone. The X are cheering, and US, this is your chance to take it to match point. Or will Moist Murray? No, he misses the opportunity to get it on top of the roof. It will need to touch the ground here for USO, for QOS to finish the job. They've done, and so it does. UOS will be actually taking it into match point.
Yeah, I mean, match point, it definitely was not what I thought was going to happen here. I thought we were bound to see another overtime with how close this game is went, but, you know, US, they just had the better opportunities. They created better opportunities, the team plays looked nicer, the bumps came in, the shots, the passes, they were absolutely beautiful, as we just saw in the replays there. And, well, we mentioned that this was an important match to win. It's match points, and well, GCU, you have to win 2 back-to-back if you want to take out this team.
Yeah, they have a lot down to the wire here. I'm imagining this is where they really start feeling it in their chest. I mean, that's the heart pumping, the blood fueling, and right now, it's a lot on it. But it's going to be fantastic if they manage to prevail for the last one. They get this, you know, maybe we still have Strathers with another lifeline. They can lose it, it's fine. But the next time, they won't be able to. They can maybe take this time to maybe relax again, get into that mood, the flow state running.
Yeah.
But that's see, or are they just taking now?
Yeah, Joe, I think the Strathers, I think they think they've got it on lock. I mean, like, Boyle there, he's just sitting on his phone, he's scrolling, he's like, I want to get this over and done with. I think that I've got it, and well, I mean, kudos to him, the confidence is crazy, but they're still not done yet. One more match you need if you want to take out Chargers, and well, they're not going to put down, you know, an easy fight as we head into kickoff for this next game, Bob.
Here we go. The possible last for GCU is another redemption. What will it be? Time to decide it here, players. It's all or nothing for some, but for the others, it's a second chance at redemption. Here we have it. Boyer Royal. You told us he was strong this. Well, he just wants to get to his Clash Royale matches as soon as he can.
Yeah, well, Boyle is going to be putting up a bit of a good defense to kick us off because the Chargers, they're putting on a brilliant attack, but ultimately it's not going to amount to anything as of yet. That ball is going to find itself over into the hands of Mac, who's looking to further it into the orange half, and Joe P forced to rotate around, collect that ball, do whatever he can to get it past these pesky defenders of Strathclyde, and well, the pressure's definitely still there. Mac with a shot on net will be swept away, and Boy's going to pick up that 100 boost, but won't really be able to do much with it for the time being, as GMB is going to send the long ball straight into the blue half.
To the blue half, and that 100 really served him well as it wasn't pointed in the right direction, but looking for that follow-up. Here comes Boyo, a missed opportunity. The goalie is now going to be left out to defense from JMS. Now, of course, Boyo Roy attempted his best, but in the end, these back passes are looking fantastic. The hands, the slaps, whatever you want to call them, it's ready to be delivered right into that net. And UOS have themselves a successful defense, giving them some headspace. And now GCU preparing for yet another as it's right off the ground, and Moist Murray with the opening.
The Chargers, they have the opening, all thanks to that beautiful mark that we've just seen. Boyle wasn't able to quite read that, and JMS a little bit too far back to really react to it in time, and well, Strathclyde, they're not gonna like that. They're gonna be sending everything into the hands of Chargers. Chargers, you've got an awful lot that you're gonna have to defend against here, all thanks to Boyle, who's sending this into the blue half. The pass to GMB was looking awfully dangerous, but GMS is still there. He's going to try and get another touch, maybe instead Moist Murray will send it to the skies and will further the ball down the field.
Further it down. Let's see how this theory goes through, and as the more defense GCU here, they're going to be down to consistency alike. They've had a moment like this before, and UOS really put them over the edge, but now a beautiful flick top left, the thing can be heard yet again. That metal pipe sound effects coming through. Moist Murray with a beautiful lead up, but just doesn't have the strength to really pull it through. Drop attempting to do so as well, but in the end, the Devils here are going to be quite a demise, as now it's all down to Murray, as he does get a successful defense, nicely bumps it off of Murray himself, and yeah, now it's back to the US side.
JMS continue this over maybe to the hands of Boyle, but they'll be replaced by Matt. He's going to send that over to Joe P. Murray with the save as well. Will have to force his way back in rotation for defense, as the US, they're throwing everything at them at the minute, and well, we're already on the attack once more, and Joe P is going to look to send it in the back of the net again, and GCU further their lead 2-0 this game, and you've got to think, Bob, what Strathers thought of in the past 45 seconds or so, because it hasn't seemed like there's been an awful lot for them.
Maybe it's the confidence.
Maybe.
He said it. I think Boyer Roy and the rest of the players, I mean, going up to JMS, maybe they're already feeling the group, thought this was going to be a quick job in the final. But no, GCU are not a force that can be reckoned with. Simply, they're looking to put it back to where it belongs. Nicely humble EOS, bring them to their full attention span. Once it's going to be back to that final, it's right in front of it, but UOS does not take advantage, and that could be leaving them with quite an opening as a current. And again, here we go, the openings. Moist Murray with another, and GCU, their strength of bouncing back that ball to the net is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, you know, you need to be capitalising on those opportunities when the ball is going to be rolling in front of an open net, and Strathclyde, they're not doing that, and Charger's going to say, oh, thank you, I suppose I'm going to leave my net vulnerable and I'm just going to rotate back around and turn this into an attack. And well, a 3-0, maybe 4-0 actually, if you can get this off. It's going to go into the hands of Mac, but it's going to find itself into the hands of JMS very shortly after. There's not a lot of boost, and Murray can't quite find the connection. That's looking dangerous. This is the opportunity I talked about, Strathclyde. You need to be getting this in the back of the net. This is looking awfully close, but GCU still stands strong as JMS looking to finally put the nail in the coffin over into the hands of GMB. Can't quite do much with it. Boyle sends it high, but Joby will be there. Over to Mag, maybe he can get to touch, and he will hopefully get past the midway point, but GMB is going to say no. He's going to step his foot on the ground and kick us off with a comeback for Strathclyde.
There it is, Strathers. We've seen this before in a match or two ago. They were now down about 2-0. Something like it. Now they're looking to start climbing those steps, get themselves as high on that stable as they possibly can. Even it out with GCU have currently really stopping them in all their attempts, but that could be changing at any moment. An attempted pitch there, and that's going to be for Succession. Joy looking to lead up with it, but the boot simply won't suffice. Gets a corner, will be nice, and now attempted plays here as UOS is coming back with a strong, very strong and solidifying attack, although that's not just the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, you got that first goal, but it's come a little bit too late. There's a minute left on the clock. You need 2 of those, and well, if anyone can do it, it is Strathclyde. We've seen the team plays before. We just need to see them now, or else you're going to be in a very important game number 7. And well, Mac's going to stomp his foot on the floor. He wants this game to be over and done with. He wants it sealed into the hands of GCU, and it looks like it's going that way.
Looks like it is absolutely calculated in the UOS. I might as well be feeling for them. GCU currently are going to be denying them of that possible attempt, but in the end, let's see how they're going to be able to match up with it. This is just this one lifeline they lose. The next one can be of similar attempts. No mirror match to be expected. Currently, GFB looking to make any attempts. Those mercy goals coming in from GSU, maybe passing it down for UOS, but getting to be in 30 seconds, that's 10 for each. It's a difficult task.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds remain, and, well, this is practically, it's in the hands of GCU. The Chargers essentially have brought this back, and Strathclyde, yes, you can get your consolation goals, you can make, you know, it feel a little bit better, but ultimately, we're going all the way this series, and that's a new thing for Batman Glasgow. That is, maybe it's because of the roster changes, maybe it's because of the nerves, and I'm all here for it, personally. This ball's going to eventually hit the floor, and we're going to see a masterclass in the replays that Chargers have just produced.
JMS, just that second. Give it to him. It's the least you can, GCU. With a 4-2 end, now showing dominance, and in the end, possibilities, even probabilities that GCU might be having a switch of pace when it comes down to this final. Again, did they really use up all their energy, or was this just a bit of a partial given?
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at these replays, Bob, because this was a great masterclass from Chargers especially. They bounced back, they knew that this was their do or die. If they did not win this game, it was over, and well, they definitely have not taken that very, very lightly.
Yeah, no, definitely not, but UOS, what are we going to be doing about it? This was framed for the entirety of the match. Not only since the beginning, that mid and last, GCU kept up their efforts. They kept them up solid. They built a fantastic foundation. Off of it, I'm imagining they're going to look to keep on structuring, having their craft be emphasized. And in the end, UOS, I mean, they need to have some sort of retaliation here. Otherwise, this huge lead, this first lead to the match point, it's going to seem like all is smooth.
Yeah, definitely. And now, I suppose I've got to ask you the most important question, I think, of this series. What's your prediction? Who do you think is going to win?
You can't do this to
I
me.
think I can. Who do you think is going to win this one, seeing that we have just seen two dominant teams?
I'll say Schrafford.
Strathers.
I'll say Schrafford. I'll trust in my boys. I'll trust in the Scarab.
Gonna trust in the Scarab. Okay, well, I suppose I've got to go against you in this one then, eh? We can't have 2 supporters for the Strathers. I'm gonna back the Merc of Moist Murray. I'm gonna back the Chargers in this one, the underdogs, if you will, as we head into the final game of this lineup. GCU versus Strathclyde. It's do or die.
It's do or die here. Going all the way here in the first one. The first series of the round robin. And right now, let's see it. GCU, who's going to be taking it home? And who's going to be allowing themselves with a very good beginning as a point count for the entirety of this BFG?
Yep, well, GCU, they look like they've got a little bit of a good start so far, but Joe's going to get to that ball. It's not going to be the kind of touch that he wants. He's going to send it all the way into Turner, and GMB is going to try and capitalize. Double quick comes out from Murray and Joe, but again, it won't be punished. His Boyle looks to send himself on the wall. The fake comes out from the Merc there, and well, it's going to further the ball into the orange half. As Matt looking to find the pass, maybe Joe won't be there to collect it, but he will be now. Sends the ball flying high, but ultimately he's being chased down by GMS. Then was the bumper coming out. University of Strathclyde, they're playing dirty, and you know what, I like it.
I like it. Yes, we do. US here, I haven't been seeing that aggression that we've really been noticed, that we've been introduced with in the very first few series of the matches. And GCU now are looking to take it upon themselves, but is this going to be that change we're looking? Quite start from the side of UOS. Only GMB here going to be the only one to maybe back it up, but as we switch forward, as we take some extra steps, and of course, Murray here taking fantastic approaches to give a lot of players space and time majorly. US are now keep on getting backed onto this wall, just attacking time and time again.
Yeah, a little bit of a stalemate at the moment that we're seeing. Both teams are giving it their all, and well, this is going to be a hard nut to crack for both of these teams. And Strathclyde, they're looking to send it into the back of the net. JMS with plenty of boost to work with, can't quite get it past Murray. That Merc, the hitbox is big, and I mean, I'd struggle to get that past. I don't think, you know, these players are going to be phased by it, however, as the ball's still in the danger zone for GCU, but not anymore. GMS looking to pick up the 100 boost, it doesn't quite spawn, but he will send the ball flying into the other corner, into the hands of GMB, and Boyo is going to take to the skies once more. The Scarab looking for the pass to JMS in the midfield, won't quite find it.
Let's see it. GCU, what's going to be your response to it? Will it be a heated one, or will you nicely, calmly take it? GMB comes in to try and take away the show, and all of a sudden, it's going to be looking hot and heavy, but UOS still persist on this defensive side, as it's been a struggle on their own half, while GSU have been taking it away with not much stress at all to pursue. And right now, these shots coming about, JMS needs to defend it. It was so close, but GCU just not allowed to stick for it.
Yeah, I mean, GCU, they're trying everything, but even if Strathclyde are throwing double commits, I mean, it's not going in the back of the net. This is a very, very close game. This is kind of what we expected going into Game 7. I'm loving it. As GCU, they're trying everything they can. Unfortunately, they're not able to do much yet. But Moise Murray, wave the block over to Magnus. Looks very promising. Joe P's up. The shot might be on target. GMB can't quite get to it, but Moise Murray can. Over onto the side wall, a good opportunity for GMB to start the counter-attack for Strathclyde. As this one falls straight into the hands of GOP, but the ball will fly high once more.
Oh, what's the move on? We have 1:45 on the clock remaining, but not a single goal to be delivered. These are big fat zeros for both these teams. And as cautiously as they've been both playing, a single mistake, like we said, a small one, a minor. That's what's going to be offsetting them between loss. And currently, GCU, they've been looking comfortable. It's like they're playing from home currently. UOS are on the main stage being looked at from all these fans. GMB looking to change it. Moise Murray all around the field. He's always there to pick up the ball, but who's going to be there to drop it? Boyo Royo off the backboard. It's another shot. Job's defense going to be elite, but JMS isn't backing off of no fight, as it's going to be center side all down, and GCU still percent. Moise Murray with these reads is absolutely fantastic, but UOS just can't break through them.
They can't break through, but they're throwing everything as this ball is going to find itself into the hands of Boyle. 1 minute remaining. We could see a scoreless overtime maybe, and that would be the perfect end to this story, but I think both these teams want to wrap it up here, and Strathers, they're looking to do so. GMB can't quite find the end of the ball, and Joe's going to get it over Boyle. The counter-attack might be in the swing of things for GCU, as Max already at the pass comes out from Moise Murray. He's there, but the block is there also as JMS. No good to work with, will get pinch on the ball, and he's been allowed to progress further up the field, and unfortunately, the ball won't be going into the blue net anytime soon, as it's going to find itself in front of the orange. It's looking very dangerous ball, but it's not going to go in.
Are we seriously going into overtime with a 0-0? Is that what we're going to be seeing? Please tell me yes. Or maybe UOS are going to be having an extra piece of confrontation. That detail coming in that they might be having a chance for themselves. A bit of a gamble here right off the top. It's a missed opportunities, and no more windows of those are going to be left open. As now 5 seconds remain. The final attack, UOS, this is your last chance. Either it's going to be that or the ball dropping down to the ground, and now we have ourselves an answer. Game 7, overtime.
A scoreless overtime in Game 7, do or die, quite literally golden goal territory. Strathclyde, they get the better of it. JMS is going to try to open an attack, but the Merc of Murray will stand strong in the defences. Max forced to do something, send this past the midway point into that danger zone for Strathclyde. The double commits come out, and well, GCU, they're not ready to capitalise.
Oh, what a clash of titans we're witnessing with our very own eyes. Moise Murray looking to finish it off, but there's not going to be a nail with the hammer to strike down upon. But still, a hatchet to be buried, and currently, Max is looking to fend off that happening on their side. And it's going to be the one really delivering that final blow. UOS are having a bit of commitment issues, as most of them are going in double, triple, Boyo Royo alone. And that's just not what we love to see, but JMS with another attempted mid-side. That's one, but the 50-50 for GSU to claim.
GCU, how are you holding on? The net's open. Boyle can't quite capitalise on it. He's going to have to get that 100 boost. Force the ceiling shot in the Scarab. Won't be able to do it, but maybe this shot can. It's going to hit off the crossbar. That ding, you don't want to hear it in this overtime as well. We've amassed 1 minute. Boys Murray, the mark is up. It's beautifully done, but Boyle stands in his way. And Matt battles with Joe P now. It's going to be a soft touch, but GMS is going to be able to collect and throw it away as GMB is up. Not a lot of boost to his name, and Boys will have to clear it away.
Oh, we've been getting that for way too long here, Alec. It's been getting close, but drums have been rolling and setting in for way too long. We're already passing the 1 minute and 50 mark. Now UOS, here they come again. The defense is going to be solid, but GCU can't hold on for another moment. It was right in front of the net, but that's going to be committing it. It's Moist Murray looking to break some ankles. Crutches are still going to be remaining in the arena, and Mac fending it off with himself right now going backside. UOS with an attempt. It's a shot, and JMS will be delivering the final, claiming UOS's first victory of today.
That Merc stood so strong for so long. The defense from Murray was incredible. Unfortunately, just not enough as Strathers, they will take this series all the way we had it, Bob. I thought we were in for another sweep. That's a Battle for Glasgow tradition, but 2025 is the year of new things as Strathers kick off with a win.
That was fantastic. The fact that we went overtime with a 0-0 is already just excellent. And in the meanwhile, I mean, the crowd is already going, wow. The players are as well, I imagine, but Strathers, they won. And you know what? I'm going to take my pride as a caster that I bet it over you and take out as the victor.
Yeah, you know what? You did, but I'm sure there'll be times where I'll be winning this. I mean, you're going to have a little bet on today who's going to win the most predictions. Right. That's what we're going to do. But yeah, no, Strathers, beautifully done. And well, you know, they can kind of sit back and relax now. They have that, you know, all the way to game 7. Absolutely phenomenal. Like the energy in this room. You saw it, you heard it, you felt it, right? I mean, scoreless overtime. That wasn't in the script when I looked at it, but I mean, you couldn't write that any better.
No, they could not. But they picked up the pen, they wrote their own story, they got themselves, and I mean, the fact that they were going so close, the defenses were constantly, just for the opening, but the reads were fantastic. They went bad for bad, and in the end, again, that was a fantastic match. The fact that we even got to see that 7th match compared to what it was in the prior years is a fantastic way to start off BFG here.
Yeah, what an absolute way to start it off, and I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know if you are, but I know that we're in for even more, you know, just incredible Rocket League. We have you know, the Grizzlies coming up soon as well, and well, you know, they're the victors for a reason. They're the back-to-back champions for a reason. I'm sure that everyone's going to be on the edge of their seat for even longer today because the Grizzlies are not going to put down without a strong fight.
No, they're gonna be really looking for that sweet nectar. Again, they're the honey collectors, and I'm excited for it. Again, Grizzlies, they've been really holding down this Majesty, this whole arena for quite a while now, and you know, maybe one of these two teams can really put a stop to them. We've seen some great performances, and again, you mentioned there are new players to the rosters. For me, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like they are perfectly just synergized together, all of them.
Yeah, definitely, and well, I believe that we will have a cheeky little interview with one of the players there. Yeah, I wonder who it's going to be. I really hope it's Boyle. Boyle was definitely the star player there. I'd love to see what he thought, but an interview is going to be coming very, very shortly, hopefully, and well, we're in for a great Rocket League.
Absolutely, and I do believe up until then, do we get to rest our voices?
I think we might. I think we get to calm down a little bit. I think we head to a break before our interview, I think.
Of course, you know, we always have to rise it up, and to get you guys back on that ground level, I think we can take a short little break.
Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold, and I only speak in facts, just the truth is being told. I'm running scared, I'm the big myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. Way I'm moving, I don't see him in a way. Way they talking, I'm not hearing what he say. Got some bands and I bought myself a place. They get a couple and they blow it in a day. But I ain't built like that. They done said my time is up, but it still ain't passed. I done heard what they say, but it feel like cap. Yeah, I took a couple shots, but I'm still intact. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, interview time. We have just seen a brilliant game with Strathers, and well, we have the one and only Boyle Royo, the RLCSA podcaster, and the amazing Scarib.
Yeah, I mean, best car in the game, simple as that.
Yeah, Joe, I'm glad that you didn't back down from the Scarib. That's something that players they'll change car, but the Scarib it's elite.
I haven't changed cars since 2019. Been my car since then. Titanium white Scarab, got it from the shop for 1,000 credits, and I've never changed back.
Yeah, good. You know, it's such a unique car, I suppose, as well. But I mean, what a great series we just saw there, definitely. And what I've got to say is, this was a new roster, right? You, I believe, were the only player that still remained from last year, if I'm correct. Yeah. So, how did you feel going into this with two new players?
I mean, I came into this roster, I was supposed to be the sub, but someone pulled out, so I had to join in. I told JMS and GMB that I'm only here to get carried, but they kind of let me down. I had to do all the heavy lifting at the start of the series, so I'm hoping to do a bit better next time because, I mean, the Scarab can't score all the goals.
Yeah, exactly. The Scarab, it's a very flashy car, but gotta give some spotlight to the other players, right? And well, you were absolutely just amazing, especially within the first half. Four goals. You said to me before the cameras were rolling that you haven't picked up the game in a while. So I'm gonna guess, I was gonna ask how did the practicing go, but I don't think you really practiced, did you?
I was sitting next to the Glasgow guys while we were doing warm-ups. They were all playing ranked, and I was changing my wheels, asking what wheels would be the best for my car, and then drove a circle in free play. And that was all the practice I've done in the last 2 weeks. So pretty well practiced, I would say.
Yeah, it just shows that you don't need practice to play when you're a Scarab player, apparently. But it was honestly amazing. And well, going into the rest of the battle for Glasgow, you are going to play Grizzlies pretty soon. How do you feel going up against, especially Rossi too saucy, 2-time MVP?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about him being a 2-time MVP. I'm more worried about him being the better Ross because, I mean, 2 years in a row now he's been the better Ross than me. I don't want it to happen this time. I need to claim that title back. I mean, the other two, like Ashe, I don't think he could even walk last time he was here. So, I mean, I can't imagine he can play very well anyway. And I'm not too sure about their first. So it's really just the Rossi show, but I don't think he's going to be showing much.
Yeah, battle of the Rosses. That's all you care
battle
about.
of the Rosses.
You want to be the better Ross, and well, it's been an absolute great first game, and I think it might be on the cards to be the better Ross. I don't know if he's turning up today locked in.
No, I think he's a bit nervous. You know, he's been. I watched him in the back. He was shaking a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit shaking.
Shaky in the
I know.
ranked.
The land pressure, you know. He's actually an ROCF analyst who wouldn't be scared.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be scared if that Scar was coming towards me, but thank you very much, Boyle. It was great to see. And
anytime.
We're going to see more Scar players.
Yeah, I'll see you in like half an hour for another interview when we beat them.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that was an absolute masterclass from Boyle and the rest of Strathers. Thank you very much, Boyle. And what we have coming up, folks, is we have Strath versus Glasgow, that game of the Battle of the Rosses. Yep. So, stay tuned. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with that.
real where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than an earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. And they all wanna come in my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swapping cars. They throwing the bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games. Ain't no one and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broken to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, can I get a witness? A1 treatment like a mission, working on them, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. One thing about me, I stay fly. One thing about me, I'm down to ride. One thing about me, I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long.
When I look at the sun going down toward the sky, all I want is to be there. With a new state of mind, a place I never heard of. I will walk like a nomad. I've been stuck inside my house too long. Can't stand being all alone, wasting hours on my phone. Ready to go now. On my way. I won't let fear hold me back. It's here to stay. On my way. All of my dreams are now a step away. At the end of the world, there's something I can learn. Some good ideas will pop up with a new, different wind. I'm gonna let it take me to people that will trust me. I've been stuck inside my house too long. Can't stand being all alone, wasting hours on my phone. I'm ready to go now. On my way. I won't let fear hold me back. It's here to stay. On my way. All of my dreams are now a step away. So here I am, about to explore. I feel I burst like just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. It's my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah. I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the high life with a few. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Thanks for showing me what love can do. It broke me into two. Should've never believed you when you saw your love like it's your truth. But left out of the blue, now we got nothing to lose. I hate that I still hear your voice all through the night. You're still calling my name.
소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 멀어질까봐 I don't know 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 나를 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 널 믿는 게 난 좋아 나도 한계에 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Battle for Glasgow 2025. We have just seen our first series go all the way. All 7 matches were played in Strathers. They came out on top eventually on back to that amazing roster, and we got a nice interview with Royal. Now, we have the Battle of Rosses.
Oh, now it's going to be a big one. Can Grizzlies they're fantastic over a couple of years that we've been currently witnessing after taking it away from them. I mean, it's not that charge right now. What is it? 7. We had another overtime, which was fantastic on its own. We reached quite big heights today already. Just the first series. Here, Grizzlies are looking to really capture that essence.
Yeah, they're looking to throw the spanner in the works, as I like to say, but we're really interested, right? I'm really intrigued to see how this Grizzlies roster does without one goalkeeper boy. You know, he's moved to Strathers as well. Yes, Ross Saucy was a two-time MP. He was arguably the star player for the Grizzlies, but he also contributed a lot to that roster. Now, having him on the dark side, might throw the spanner in the works for University of Glasgow. However, Shark is still there, and with the new addition of Mom, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
A nice trio here. Shark. The majority of Grizzlies here, a bit separate, and hoping that he can also contribute to the Strathers here, just as he did to the previous Grizzlies. That fantastic boost we need to really about it. Grizzlies have had a fantastic track record. They're looking to keep it up for just another year before the follow. Again, it was exciting. You saw fantastic come back here from Strathers. We saw the really push there. But it's going to be about to keep going. We got another. In the previous series.
Yeah, going into right. And energy. They've just come off 7 real tough games. And I'm not arguing that they've got momentum to how it's played the series, but a very long exhaustive series in my mind. Now that you're playing against Grizzlies, it's going to be incredibly hard if you're already ready for that team. So I think maybe they've took Red Blue and Red Devil, maybe they've replenished the energy and they're ready to go. But it's going to be down to who can play that better on the field, who's calm down the nerves, and just get into it straight away.
But again, don't go off the first impression. We saw how different our first matches were when it came down to the first series. There he is. What a beautiful like that. We can flush. But in the end, again, first one with demolition. Second one, the opposition. And then all went haywire. Again, it's going to show that we can't go off the first impressions, but at the same time, they're a good leader for this team to pick themselves up. Maybe even that boost confidence.
Yeah, definitely. They look a bit to cough off, but I mean, we saw so much change in those later games in that series. Like at the Chargers, we saw eventually that by game 7, and anything is possible. That's the fun of Rocket League, right? Whenever it's going to go with it's completely different. That's why Rocket League is such a great game to watch. These players are very exciting to watch. We're going to see them on the field. Rossi, maybe looking at third MVP, I think the way he ends well. What a title to have 3 times back-to-back MVP. I mean, that's something that I would hold high proud.
Yeah. That's the exact iteration of it, but in the end, 3-3, gone for the charm, and maybe that charm is going to be favoring yet another team this time around, but let's see, get this all on here for Stratford. They managed to win the series. They've got one point. They've won the first one. Get the second, and widely they're already going to be under their belt. Yeah, exactly. What I do want to bring your attention to is the 2023 on 2024 Grizzlies swept. Yeah, that's 4 years time in a row. So we were talking about all around the years, and then we talked about 7, which is like the first time we've ever seen that. So definitely, I'm not gonna rely.
They still have the chemistry between Shark and Rossi. I'm hoping that Onwon has been a great addition to this roster.
Yeah, I'm hoping he really was that fitting puzzle piece right in the between to get that connection and nicely set it back into charge, similarly like Monkey did. And I'm saying the same for Monkey going interpreted himself into the side of Strathers. I hope he fit in nicely. We saw it in the previous series. We already saw how strong they came out, especially towards that very end, and really pulled it through. When it mattered most, they also locked in. They played it cautiously. They did not take risks. Now, at times, in the very early phase of the series, you might want to gamble. You're looking for that jackpot ka-ching to cash out and get yourself a very wealthy situation. But in the end, at the very end stage, it could also be high risk, high reward, and end up costing you the match.
Yeah, you know, I'm all for going for flashy plays, right, and trying something different, but you've got to give respect to your opponent. You've got to respect how just amazing that they are, and they are going to be able to counter almost everything that you throw out their way. Especially with the Grizzlies, I imagine that their defense is going to be impeccable, and their offense is just going to be the same story. So Strathers, they have a very hard task up for them here, but as we get into game number 1, Strathers versus Grizzlies, Bob, it's going to be a great series.
What? What a beginning to thread through the middle. UOS have already kicked this off with an opening goal, and this is exactly what we saw in the previous first match. 6 seconds, and it's already 0-1.
Yeah, the Strathers, they're really good on kickoff. That's what we've noticed in that first series. Their kickoffs are amazing, and that's where, it's their time to shine. But Grizzlies are not going to let that phase them. Rossi, he's out for vengeance. When he sees GMB on that field, I don't think he'll be very nice to him at all. There's going to be demos, there's going to be bumps. It's going to be ruthless as GMB looking to send an attack on for Strathers. Boyo, not much boost to work with. Will leave the ball into the hands of Onwon, who can't get it past the attack of Strathers for the time being.
I believe I'm seeing a trilogy here of absolute fanatics, a double commit here from US trying to get that pinch in between them, but the aim wasn't the ball. No, UOG Grizzlies are looking to bite down hard as they got themselves a demo. That's going to be the opening towards this attack at Avo. He's looking for vengeance, doesn't capture a bond, and now Ashy might be fending it off, but we've seen Boyo Royal. He's quite good at playing 1v1s.
Yeah, definitely, and well, UOG, maybe an opportunity as Ashy's going to make the pass over to Onwon, but it won't quite connect as Ross is forced to play defense and buy time for the rest of his team as they fall back into rotation, fall back post, and ultimately play some great defense as GMB looking to set up another attack. That ball is going to go sky high, but straight to the hands of Ashy once it hits the floor. Can't quite get it past Boyle, however, and JMS is right on the end of it. Plenty of boost to work with. The ceiling shot is almost a possibility, but Onwon's going to be there. Demos come out. GMB, plenty of time, and well, 2 players from UOG, they're up. They don't want that going in.
Oh, let's see it. Boyo now on spectate, but he fumbles. Is now JMS. It's down to you. That 5 boost, will you really be able to back up a good fight? Now, Grizzlies are back in the game. They're looking to capture off of it, but everyone seems to be quite starved upon it. Now, recollecting that boost that you've missed in the earlier moments, Rush to Saucy, he's looking for it. The defense still going to be impeccable, and just going around those corners, collecting some boosts and looking to collect their opening as well. Grizzlies are coming in hot and heavy. That's right off the top. Is it a pass? Yes, it is! As Oppo will be putting it right in the putt.
Yup, a great comeback in it from the new addition of that UOG roster. All thanks to Rossi Saucy with the pass there. Onwon's going to secure the first, and well, this roster looks like they've got plenty of potential as that equalizer comes out. We see kickoff once more, and well, this is a great playing field for Strathers. This is where they shine, as Boyle won't be able to quite make a touch there, neither would JMS. It leaves one player back. GMB got the touch to it, and we'll have to try to get this over Rossi, and well, won't be able to, but Boyle will, as that ball's going to continue in front of the blue net, and JMS is a bit back in the field, but maybe an opportunity now will arise, as Boyle's going to send that a little bit too high, and Rossi will try to clear it away, but it's still in the danger zone for Grizzlies.
Strathers here are going to be spicing things up, as not only has their defense been quite nice, but this goal from Grizzlies really has set them up, and they're looking for some vengeance. They're looking for revenge. A backflip from Rossi. He's going to be saving them just for another, but how long will that truly stand for Strathers? Now they're going to be feeling the true pressure. It's a strong shot, but not backed up by boost. Will definitely make it a tad bit weaker. And now Boyle Royal coming around these corners. It's a beautiful one to the very top, but you're going to need to play off the backboard just to keep it safe for another moment. And JMS loses possession. It's going to be off the roof. It's going to be off the charts. Actually, he's fighting for his life. And a second attempt here. Grizzlies just simply cannot get that touch. And now it's back in the possession of UOS.
Yeah, Strathclyde looking to get the lead once more, but won't quite be able to, as that ball is going to venture into their own half, and JMS is going to have to do something quick, and yes, he does. It's over into the corner, but into the hands of Ash Hughes. He's going to try and find Rossi, and he will find it. The corner is going to lead to another touch, but GMB's going to be on the end of that unless on-one can do anything. He will get a soft touch, but ultimately it won't do much, as that ball sends its way sky high, and on-one won't be able to get the touch. Rossi will, but he will be taken off the field. Ashley's already up, but so is GMB. That's going to fall into the hands of JMS, who's going to rotate perfectly. Good opportunity for US here to strike Boyle Royal. Can't quite get to it, and well, this is looking like it might have the chance to go in, but Grizzlies, they're putting up a stellar performance.
Oh, tempting, but Grizzlies, they don't get tempted. They nicely keep it calm and safe, as peaceful as it gets. And 1 more minute to remain. Either the outcome here is going to be completely different from what we've currently seen, but the consistency between both of these two teams facing head-to-head right now has been very, very equal. Going off from mid, that's going to be huge denial. Hambo's looking to follow it up, and so he does. That's going to be beautiful off the boost and right under, but the second defense, the second in line, going to be able to stoop it down, as now playing around the corner, trying to have others be a fiddle in your game right now. UOS, it's your time to act as the puppeteers, or maybe Grizzlies are still pulling a few strings.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit dangerous for Strathers at the minute, as they're forced to play defense once more. The ball will be sent sky high, and Rossi will have to be sent back to pick up that 100 boost. His own one keeps the pressure alive for Grizzlies, but it will be deterred by JMS, who tries to get it onto target. Unfortunately, will fall into the hands of Rossi for now, and well, maybe an opportunity for Grizzlies here if they can just break past the defense of Strathers. We might be in for an overtime, and it's looking very likely as this ball is going to hit the floor.
Oh, wow, but not just yet! Goalie comes in for the final. Clock be damned, and UOS in the final few moments managed to prevail, taking Grizzly on in the first series. And Alec, 2-1 is cutting it mighty close.
Do you know what? I'm starting to believe that the caster clash is actually really, really real. It's so real. It sucks. Maybe I just need to stop talking. But well, Strathers, they kicked us off brilliantly, and we thought they were going to be a bit exhausted from that, amazing series that we just saw. It went all the way to game number 7, but they've said no. We are ready to go, and well, they've kicked us off with the first win.
First win. Now, this is what we saw from Chargers, if I believe, earlier, until, of course, it all turned right on its head. Flipping the pad here, that's what we're going to be expecting from Grizzlies. Now, it is their first match today. They need a bit of a warm-up. They're not really getting the sweat we start to feel. The hot box still hasn't set in just yet, but that is to happen in any moment. And all those Strathers, again, it's that early match. They got some of those gambles. They really started to feeling where they feel comfortable, what space they fit in. Grizzlies, once they do the same, I'm feeling that Strathers are going to have a bit of a more difficult time.
Oh, definitely. This game is definitely a warm-up for Grizzlies. It's the first, like you mentioned, and well, Rossi, he's not gonna let that phase him. He's warmed up now. He knows what Boyle and the rest of Strathers are gonna throw his way, and well, it's now just about strategizing, right? What happened there? What went wrong? What could we do? Utilize more demos, bumps, maybe slow the pace down, clicking it up. It just all comes down to all of these different aspects. Rocket League, it's so much more than what it seems. It's not just car ball, it's a lot more. It's a minds game, if you will, and we head into game number 2, where Grizzlies, they have a chance of redemption.
Oh, you already saw Ashley. He was going in hot and heavy. He was looking to absolutely deliver some fatal blows here, but now going off of it, to be standing Rossi in a complete pile of the enemy compact. the entire army standing against him, but Ashy always there, beautiful for the support. Now Humble, look at him lurking around. He's waiting for this pass. He's looking for the opportunity, and he gets it. There it will be. Grizzlies with the opening goal against Strathers, and they had no clue it was coming.
Yeah, on Wom again, he strikes, and well, what a great pickup for Grizzlies. That's been, honestly, he's been such a great player so far. I hope to see more of it as Grizzlies, they take the lead. We're about to kick off once more, Bob, and Strathers, you have to fight back. GMB, plenty of boost to work with. We'll get it over one, get it over two. Double tap potential for GMB. That's who we know and love. GMB, what an absolute performance. He does it on Grizzlies out of all teams. That's gotta hurt Rossi a little bit. The friendship, it was already broken when he swapped teams, and now it's even worse.
Oh my goodness, Strathers, they came in strong, but they returned even stronger into the second one. That first one was not an exhaust, it was simply just a warm-up, and now they're looking to deliver all that aggression from the previous losses onto Grizzlies. Has had straight first, and Boy Arroyo is looking for another attempt though. Might not have the complete backup, but he's still fighting for it. Here comes GMB with an attempt to yet again. He delivered one goal. That was able to equalize it against what Grizzlies offered up in the very beginning. But now, who's going to be turning the tides? Who will make sure that it's in their lead? The pivot about to happen. It's a pass, and JMS right off the tight angle. This guy's geometry must have been A-grade.
I mean, that was a really, really tight angle there, and I don't think Rossi even knew that was on target. I mean, I definitely didn't. And Strathers, they get the lead once more, and they're not letting Grizzlies face them. They're not letting the Kings make their mark, if you will. They want to tear it down. But still a long way to go as Strathers find themselves on defence, and Ashy finds himself a perfect opportunity to equalise, and well, what looked like a great lead for Strathers has been quickly diminished.
Quickly diminished indeed. Strathers, you make your own bets. It goes for Grizzlies, but right now they're looking to tighten themselves up. A lot more comfortable. A blanket on top. And although US guys started out with their series, they're looking to continue on to attack the Grizzlies. The denial has started coming in quite nicely, and JMS, one of those shots right from the ceiling, goalie to follow up, and the defense from Marazzi being undeniably fantastic, as now he's looking for revenge. Now he's looking for that second attempt, and the pass was there, but Alpo just sadly couldn't keep up with the pace. But Ashy, maybe he's looking to make up for it. The mistake was there. There was an open opportunity, but they sadly closed it down themselves. Now Strathers, will they allow for another one to appear?
You know, that ball is going to be sent sky high, but will hit the floor eventually, and will hit the car of Ashy, and One looking to progress this further upfield, but JMS will stand there like a wall in his way. As Ashy Rossi, they're both going to get very, very close, comfortable at the minute, and well, double commits, they're going to have to be punished. Right, double commits, you can't let them go unpunished. That's your easiest advantage. If you see double commit, you should be capitalizing on that, but it doesn't matter for now because we're still 2-2. It's an equal footing for both teams as Boyle looks to take the lead for Strathers once more. There's plenty of boost in that Scary, but he's going to opt to leave it for GMB, who has a better chance of scoring. Unfortunately, won't happen quite yet, but JMS, he wants the pressure to stay alive. Not a lot of boost to work with, but he definitely has an idea of what to do. He's forcing his way through the Grizzly defense. It's just not quite enough.
4 goals split between the two. Who's going to be the first one to catch up in this race, to finalize that hat trick, to get themselves that beautiful 3, and nicely split open this can, spill the beans, whatever you want to call it. Right now, actually, he's having a difficult time defending it through, but he gets it back in his grasp. He's looking for a flick. He gets it above. JMS will be fast enough to react. He nicely gets himself back on tune and ready to overtune. Here comes Shossi bringing in the heat, the extra to be required. And right now, this Fennec not having a single break. He simply keeps it going. It's a one-man army, he is. And JMS needs to put a stop onto it. Goal won't be attempted, but that's an A for effort, and not much more than it. As now Grizzlies, there's some demos, less players, but you can always rely on Saucy to continue the job.
Yes, you can. Two-time MVP for a reason as Ashy looks to make his mark in this game. Another goal that he has secured, and Grizzlies did secure the lead of game 2, but there's still 1 minute 43. We can't celebrate too early because anything can happen. It's Rocket League, right? And Strathers, they're going to be the team to do that. They claw back when they're on the back corner, and we've seen that time and time again. But maybe a great opportunity for Rossi here if he can get it off. He can't for the time being, but Ashy is going to buy himself time to let Rossi get back into the fence and pick up plenty of boots as that ball's sky high once more. Onwom's already there. Boyle, can he read it? He can, and he keeps it out with the orange net, but for how much longer? Because Grizzlies, they look like they've warmed up. They're ready to go. They have all the pressure on that orange net, and Onwom is playing beautifully at the minute. Another goal for Grizzlies.
Strathers, instead of getting that pressure, Grizzly took it away from them, mirrored it onto their own performance, and managed to get themselves that 2-goal deficit, which would look like a gravedigger right now with the 2-goal difference right as we currently have. To UOS, don't give up just yet. 120 is definitely more than enough time to capitalize off of the mistakes, but don't make such mistake yourselves, as Grizzlies will be, of course, there to punish. Why not extend that lead that they currently hold while they still can? 1 minute, it's going to be 60 seconds, Alec, and no Strathers, they need to kick it up a notch.
Yes, they do. 1 minute remains, and Boyle looks to make that deficit a little bit smaller. Unfortunately, won't get into the back of the net, but GMS keeps the pressure alive. Actually looks to diminish it very quickly, but won't be able to get second touch. Onwom will be able to, however, and well, this is going to play perfectly into the hands of Rossi, and up the side will he goes. A great opportunity to show off the mechanics. Unfortunately, a little bit too fast. Won't be able to get on the end of the ball, and GMS. Great chance for him here, not a lot of boost, but he's taken off the field. Beautifully done by Grizzlies. They took out the pressure, and now they just have to play defense. They have to get more goals, and they have practically secured game number 2 with a hat trick coming from Onwom. The newest pickup of Grizzlies is proving his worth on the field.
There he is. We talked about it. It's the new player in the roster, and he's already having himself an absolute blast into the second one. The team just needed a bit of a chat in between the games, and it's all settled and set as now Grizzlies with a 3-goal lead. 20 seconds, are you joking? There's an open net, but not to be taken. Strathers missed out on it. It's not like they could have had an even more possible comeback, as again, 3 goals in 20 seconds is practically impossible. Call it improbable, but chances are for sure low. And right now, Grizzlies are looking to even the things out, bring it to a best of 5 like we saw earlier, and already set a fantastic standard for the second series.
Yes, this is by far, I think, the closest PFG has ever been for Rocket League. I know that this is not going to be an easy task for either of these teams. Both of them putting up brilliant fights. You can see the team chemistry there. Grizzlies, they look locked in. The first game, maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe they're warmed up now, and well, the boys they're not slowing down. They want to keep the title of Glasgow's best Rocket League team.
Look, Strathers, they had a decent beginning, but as we see on the replay, around that 120 mark, they started losing the edge a bit. It felt like they really were getting exhausted. Maybe they used the final bit of their fuel into the first series and a couple matches going into the second. But then going forward, I mean, we've started seeing a bit of a decrepit when it comes down to how successful they are in their attacks, how they pass. The passes, I haven't been seeing much of those. A lot, or I would say even too much single-player plays ended up being quite a falling grace for them. Hopefully we're going to be able to reestablish what they currently held in the previous match, in these previous games. But that's for the next one in the series to decide.
Yeah, I mean, solo plays are beautiful, right? When they work, and they're definitely something that you can throw in the montage reel, especially when you're showing off the mechanics that these players have. They're great, but ultimately, that doesn't win you games, right? You have 3 players on the field for a reason. You need to utilize them, and you need to respect that your teams are there to help, and that's what Grizzlies are doing at the moment. Every single player has had an impact. Onwom has been especially, I'd argue, the most impactful player so far, especially for Grizzlies, as well, he's not letting the LAN environment get to his head, and that's something that I admire. As we head into game number 3, it's an equal footing for both of these teams, and Strathers, you better lock in, because Grizzlies, they're locked in.
They're coming in for you right now, Strathers. You might have gotten the first. Oh, this next one is going to be right on the decider here. Grizzlies are looking strong. They've been stronger in the second. And while they have themselves been having a bit of a charge up, let's see what Strathers are going to be responding out with. And right off the kickoff, we can see the aggression is absolutely astounding. His shots are coming out from Umbo. Just like you said, Lackey, this is where that player begins to shine.
Yep, definitely. It looks like he's locked in, and honestly, I can see that Grizzlies, they're finally finding the synergy, but Strathers, we know they have it too, and well, it looks like they might be trying to form something here, but it's going to quickly be diminished, all thanks to Rossi, who's plenty of boost to work with, tries to get past GMS, but GMS has read him like a book, and well, Strathers turn this into a counter. Boyle with the shot, it's not on target, but Onwom will clear the threat away for the time being, as GMB puts it back on target, and Onwom will send it downfield as GMS gets the save and into his own corner. Won't be able to quite get that 100 boost, and won't be able to get it past Rossi, but will do something with it nonetheless.
GMB's read not going the way he anticipated, currently having to retract his statement, but now leaving for GMS to keep on speaking and let his words be spoken, as Boy Arroyo will be missing. He tries to go back for it, but the boost simply won't suffice. Now currently, the side of Straffers, they're starting to really lose out on that edge. Again, the attempts are being made, some attacks, but look at the boost. They're constantly on zero when they handle the ball, and that's when it really gets troublesome, because you can't outspeed the speed of Grizzlies when they're completely locked in, loaded, and ready to go off of it, and hoping that there's no one to execute. That's still going to be keeping it 0-0.
Yeah, well, actually, with the shot, it won't quite go in. The velocity of it was not quick enough, and GMB is going to capitalize, maybe get the bump onto Rossi, but won't be able to find the air dribble bump as Boyle. Not a long boost to work with. We'll have to look at for JMS to keep the pressure alive, but it will quickly fade away, all thanks to Ashi, and well, it'll return just as quickly. GMB won't be able to do much there, as JMS is going to try and beat on one, but a bump comes out from the two orange players, and it gives Rossi a great chance for a double tap. He can't quite find the angle that he needs, and well, I would have been surprised if that went in. That was a really tight angle, but on one, we'll need to rotate back out and just kind of compose as Grizzlies, they're going to put up a lot of defense.
Rossi's looking for it. It's all there right in front of him, planned out, the blueprint laid upon the table. And although Ombo has to stick to backboard just to keep it safe and sound, right now, second attempts are being made in one out the second. Grizzlies just need to be backed off to the statement that they can't really move from their own half, as Thraftlers are really keeping them at bay, locked and pinned down, as Ombo looking to change it up. But again, the boost management really isn't top notch. It's not in the Ray game. In Grizzlies earlier, you were stealing it and you were looking to claim it for yourself. What's happening this time around as the shots keep on coming back and back?
Yeah, the boost is a massive thing right now for Grizzlies. They don't have an awful lot of it, and that's why they're forced in their own half. Strathclyde, they're absolutely just stealing every single big pad, small pad on the field, and it's working out beautifully, but Strathclyde just can't quite find the finishing shot. They can't get past Grizzlies, and that just shows how great of a team this is. But JMS will be able to finally put the nail in the coffin for Strathclyde, and it was only about time that they scored that one there. I mean, Grizzlies held on for so unbelievably long, but I think this is going to be, if anything, a bit of like a refresher for them, because now they're like, okay, fair enough, you got that goal, it was going to go in, we can compose and fight back.
The switch up crazy. The switch up is absolutely phenomenal, as there it comes, Grizzlies. They're looking for a bit of vengeance. They find themselves that one themselves, as Strathers, as much as they gained a lot of strength, I imagine, once finally breaking through the defense, they don't have much defense to show off themselves, and it went from kickoff goals in the first match to this third one being a real hard bargain to even capture one of your own.
Yes, equal footing once more, as there's not an awful lot of time left on the clock, and Strathers, they're going to want to kick things off. They want the lead back, and it's going to be very difficult to do so, as on one, a lot of this will have to pick up that big 100 band. He does, but in the midway point will go straight into the hands of, well, almost into Boy Royals, but he does manage to quite get there. Instead, on one will. Not a lot of boost to work with either, and it will leave JMS with a soft touch, but the double commit comes up from Rossi and Ashi. Might be an opportunity for Strathclyde if they can get on the end of it quickly, and GMB does, but won't quite have the angle as Rossi sends it into the orange half.
Right on to that second. Here comes Strathers yet again. This is what we've been seeing as a vortex of sorts, where they keep on repenting, they keep on repeating, and Boy Arroyo keeps on challenging as he almost gets through the second. That's where goalie comes in to support him. But of course, you can always rely on Saucy for being the top player, but JMS simply passes through like a ghosty phase, and Strathers are going to be back in the lead 2-1 fashion.
Rossi just not getting to that ball there. It really threw off Ashi and on one. It really threw off the defense of Grizzlies. They had confidence that he was going to get to it, and he couldn't. Strathers, they capitalized. JMS is able to put the nail in the coffin, unless On1 has anything to say about it. That's a great kickoff, but it's not enough. Ashi can't quite find anyone quite just yet, but Rossi's there as well. On1 there is to support, and that ball is going to sent over into the hands of JMS, and Strathers, they want a consolation. They want to have that 2-goal deficit, a very comfortable lead as we head into the final 10 seconds. There is still every opportunity that it can happen. JMS, another one. There's the hat trick for in this game, and that is the nail in the coffin that Strathers needed to secure this game.
Type of service we witnessed in match number 2 here, where Grizzlies kept it coming and simply did not stop. No opening here for Strathers, and in the end, well, Now it's going to be their turn. They kept them coming. They kept them in their own corner. Little cubby to be secured in. And Lost Raptors are going to be coming out with a third one in the series. Game number 3. There's to claim. No hope to be given. And Grizzlies again in that minus. Not really looking for profit. But they lose this next one. And again, match point is a terrifying thing to go up against.
Yeah, match point honestly would be really heartbreaking for Grizzlies right now. They just need to kind of compose, take the time to realize what's going wrong. I'm seeing a lot of double commits. I can't lie. I think that's where Strathers are just capitalizing on. They're punishing these double commits, and you saw that there with like Rossi, Ashi. They were bumping quite a lot. If they can just get the communication that much more, intact, get it perfect, and we should see a more constructed team. It's just there's so many double commits coming out at the minute, and a little bit of misrotation. Everyone's not really where they need to be. It's kind of all over the place for them. And Strathers, well, they're loving it.
They're loving it. They've been loving it since the very beginning, and now they feel a bit less challenged. They know they already have one up their pocket. They're looking for a second to just keep the collection increase. And right now, they have themselves a good score. But what Grizzlies need to realize is the same we saw with Chargers. They give them this one, and it's going to need to be a best-of-5 sweep, essentially, which is definitely difficult, especially in a momentum, especially to go flawlessly. And it definitely can push you to the brink once you're under all this pressure. Everyone's watching you. The eyes are on you. But in the end, you have to do it. Otherwise, you end up losing. So let's see what Grizzlies are going to be changing around as we head into game number 4.
Game number 4, Grizzlies, you're going to have to change something if you want to keep that throne. Strathers, they look incredibly strong this year, I do have to say, but if anyone's going to throw the spanner in the works, it's going to be Grizzlies. They have every right to be victorious in this. It just comes down to how to play on the field, and we're also trying to kick us off with something here. All thanks to On1, the ball's going to stay in that orange half, and it's going to be cool, calm, collected by GMB. He's looking to slot the first in for Strathers. Boyle not able to quite get to it, but the pressure is still there.
Pressure still quite standing around, just having a bit of a sneaky opposition, and there it comes GMP already with the passes that are unbeknown to man, to say the least. Demo's there for extra touch on it, and looking to even things out. JMS, he's been quite a fear factor for some of these players. Grizzlies have had a rough time getting around his area and expertise. Currently Strathers, now they're starting to really tick off Grizzlies, who have been kind of laying, sleeping in their own cave, but now awoken.
The ball's going to find its way in front of that blue net, but it will be saved nonetheless. His boy's going to keep the pressure up. The shot's on target, but Ash is going to send it high, and Rossi's going to be there to follow, but JMS has jumped. Plenty of boost to work with. He will get the touch, but still in the danger zone. Not for much longer, as JMS is already there, but so is On1, and that ball's going to be sent to the midfield point, and also back into the danger zone of the Grizzlies. Strathers looking to put on a little bit of an attack, but as soon as that happens, they're back to defense. Boyle can't really do much there. He's going to have to force his team to come save him. Is that ball still in the danger zone for now?
Been seeing it quite religiously that there's no decisive strike until the very last few 2 minutes. And right now, is this going to be the cameo? Yes, it will. Boy Arroyo, he heads it down personally, close up front. That's going to be Strathers yet again back in the lead. Grizzlies going to be starting to feel the pressure, but majorly I'm worried about how large that burden on their shoulders might be rising to.
Yeah, Boyle's playing absolutely brilliantly, and he's going to kick us off, right? And well, another kickoff, and this is where Strathers shine. This could be where they start to pull away a little bit, get another goal, and JMB looks to do that as a beautiful shot comes out off the kickoff. The second goal, all thanks to GMB, and Strathers are looking so incredibly good at the minute. Grizzlies just cannot read them.
Give them 20 seconds, and they're going to be the main suspects here. How this thievery has happened. Strathers taking in yet again 2 goals for their own bag, and looking to even get a larger robbery. That's another shot. Boy Arroyo coming in, but denied in the last few moments. But will that stop them? Certainly not. Going for flip resets in the middle of the field. They're looking to have it be an all-time blast, and still defense a bit close here from GMB, but he's going to keep it nice, tight, and it's all under control as of current.
Yep. Honestly, nothing looks like it's throwing Strathers off. They're playing brilliantly, and they're going for more goals at the minute, all thanks to GMB. He can't quite find the pass to JMS, but It's okay, Boyle's there, and fortunately won't get a touch. It allows Ross to progress further up the field. That ball heads off of the sidewall into the hands of Ashi. It could go into the hands of Onwon, but the shot just isn't there. Ross is going to have to get the block, and he does, but can he get to it over Boyle? He can. There's one man back. It's GMB. The friendship. GMB able to get to it for the time being, but it's getting very, very close as Strathers are trying everything they can to just pull away, and well, JMS is going to make that a reality as it's a 3-0 scoreline.
A misinput, you calm down right now. Strathers have absolutely taken it apart. I don't know if it was a fake from Rossi, but it definitely didn't look like it, nor wouldn't have been any good if it was intentional. In the end, Strathers looking 3-0 down upon Grizzlies. But are they barking up the wrong tree? Are they ready to deliver this final blow and have it gone to match point? There's still 2 minutes here to decide it, and let's see Grizzlies get back in actions as their heads have yet not been served on a silver platter.
Onwon looking to keep the dream alive for Grizzlies. It passed them to Ashi. Ashi just doesn't have the touch, and that's a goal you really need to be scoring if you want to come back from this 3-0 scoreline. There's not a lot of time left in your favour, but it is Rocket League. Anything can happen if you just get a swig of things, get the momentum going. And Ross is going to look to kick us off, but GMB will meet him there in the sky, and it will allow Boyle to push up, but not a lot of boost to his name. The ball will still remain in the blue half, and well, almost in the back of the net, but the saves coming out keep Grizzlies alive and in contention for the time being as Boyle looks to put the pressure on once more, and GMS will make past them. GMB, the team chemistry is beautiful, but ultimately it's not enough.
You know, Strathers here might as well start rubbing their hands together like evil villains in a cartoon show because they've been taking it away. This has been absolutely criminal. 3-0, 1 minute remaining. Grizzlies, give them a bit of an opening, give them a chance here. JMS has been an outstanding performer, and under pressure, that's where diamonds are molded. But now this time around, Ashley's going to be shining bright like one, as that will be the first one for Grizzlies to find themselves.
A little bit of a misplay from GMB there. The pass straight into Ashi, and Rossi to rub salt in the wound with that demo as well. Allowed the ball to swiftly enter the back of that net, and well, maybe this is the start of the redemption, the kickoff. If it goes in favour of Grizzlies, I can honestly see them coming back, but time is not in your favour, and you need to do something very, very quickly if you want any chance of coming back. JMS, he's not going to stand for it. That goal, didn't let it phase him, he just gets another.
It's not over yet though. 40 seconds, I think maybe we can do it. Grizzlies, are you going to be finding that natural D20, or will this get even more dicey with Strathers just kept them coming? I mean, these goals have been absolutely phenomenal, but we're going to have to see how this kickoff is going to be going around. Now here is Omo. He gets a nice little pass. Ashley isn't going to be in the right position for the right moment, but never too late than better. And right now, Grizzlies, they're starting to lose that edge. It's again on their side. Strathers are absolutely bringing it down to their own home playing field and still beating them while at it. Here comes JMS. I mean, he has been all around the area. He's always had the spotlight, and he's looking to have it yet again. But what matters here, Alec, is the fact that Grizzlies have 15 seconds, and I already believe that it's determined.
I think that we might see a dethrone here. I think Strathers are going to be in contention for the best in Glasgow, and it's all thanks to these 3 boys on the field. Boyle sinks another one in, and well, that is essentially game number 4. Packaged, sealed, it's been posted. It's all in the favour of Strathers. 5-1, unless there's consolation goals. It's practically over, and well, match point is upon us.
Coaching Brazil is already a terrifying act on its own, but it's a power move and a statement from Trailers. They are not here to mess around, they're here to deliver, and so they did. Only the best of quality. These goals, again, it wasn't just passes. At times, it looked like maybe it was solo play such as this, but everyone else was trying to tick off the rest of Grizzlies, so the empty net would be as empty as it possibly can be. And in the end, a 5-1, that's a score if I've ever heard one. Look at the timing here. Even Ashley with his 1 goal ended up being a great replay to watch upon, but in the end, Grizzlies, 1 mistake, 1 match out of the following possible 3 we can occur to the very max, and you lose it, it's over.
Yeah, it's honestly not the story that Grizzlies were looking for. You know, they're trying to, maybe it's the pressure from being back-to-back, right? I mean, maybe the pressure's getting to you. The back-to-back, it's not possible because the pressure's there. But, I mean, it's not over yet. It's very, very, in the cards. If they just get things together, they could come back against the Strathers team, and it's not going to be easy. Like we've seen, Strathers are an incredible, incredible team, and well, match point doesn't make it any easier.
It doesn't. I doubt it does, but that just makes for a huge comeback opportunity. Now imagine how everyone's going to be screaming if they manage to really come back from this self-dug-in hole. In the end, though, Shrathers, they're looking comfortable, they're looking mighty again. They've accessed that point of interest that they've been constantly seeking out. They've gotten down to play, they've gotten down to chemistry, and they've worked a really good momentum here with GMB, who has left Grizzlies and fits in here just about as perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. Do you know what? I think it shows that GMB is such a great player. He's able to find success wherever he goes. And, well, that's what makes any roster with him a success. And I think we're going to see that here as well. Grizzlies have to work extra hard if they don't want to be dethroned as we head into game number 5. Ultimately, the most important game of the day. It's do or die for Grizzlies, but there's already a goal that we didn't get to see, but I'm going to imagine it was a great kickoff goal.
Another kickoff goal, and you know that's a good sign here for Grizzlies as they've already begun a fantastic road to redemption. Now Shrathers, we're going to need some sort of return here, otherwise it's going to be looking all for nothing. Another shot from Ashy, a second one not going to be showing itself. Saucy a bit too late to the party, and the cake's already been eaten, but Boya Roya with that hat still currently connected to it will have to stall out just for enough time for Shrathers to get back in line. As now GMB going to be left alone. Defense is going to be still looking mighty. The fact that Grizzlies are all around the playing pressure at every single moment is already on its own quite impressive.
Yeah, Rossi, a great opportunity for you here. The shot's on target, but unfortunately not in the back of the net. Omom looking to rotate back on the end of the ball, get the 50, and he will. He won't be able to get another touch, and Rossi will be able to find the soft one, but it might not be enough. Omom, you have to continue the story for Grizzlies, continue that attack, but ultimately it will fade away as JMS sends that ball over into the wall, and will be able to almost find a second touch, but he won't be able to. Boyle will be able to clever, and GMB's already there. Strathers' positioning is honestly so perfect. Even when it doesn't go right, there's someone there to collect.
What a rendezvous for UOS here in this corner has been. Ashley bringing it nicely, passing and leading it over the back board, looking for someone to get that extra piece of puzzle, but in the end can't connect it. The little pop-up here going to be fantastic. Boya Roya looking to make something out of nothing, but the pinch is going to be going right the opposite of his intended. And Rossi there, look at him go. That's a beautiful one midair, gets that backhand, and in the meanwhile, just trying to find these 50-50s for him to be favored, but only so much gambles can be won. And currently Grizzlies, you've lost a player. Will you lose that lead as well?
Yeah, well, Rossi's back on the field, but he has been beaten to that ball on one. Last man there had to do something, and he does. It's just not powerful enough to get the ball out as Rossi takes to the skies. Won't be able to quite get it past GMB, who looks to get the lead for Strathers, or rather equalise, as JMS is already there. So is Boyo, but no one is there to get the finishing touch, if you will, as this ball is going to roll into the hands of On1. Makes the pass back to Ashi, but Ashi won't be able to connect. Boyle's already up, not a lot of boost to work with, and Rossi has plenty to get it past GMS, but GMB will collect as he takes to the wall, tries to find the musty flick, he just can't quite get under it.
Just can't quite do it. Let's see the final push here. Come on, Grizzlies, you've captured one, get the second claim. And maybe, just maybe, US are gonna start to really shiver in their own timbers, feel that oppression, feel that strength, the dictation that the Bears can really pull out of under the mat. Ashley going for it, decides to back off. It was a pass for Ombo, but he was getting harassed in the orange corner. Now Strathers, they have it back for themselves. It's a bit of a light battle in that corner, but currently still 2 minutes, 1 goal to be given. And is this the moment? I think not just yet.
Not just yet, but Grizzlies, they still stay in the lead of things unless JMS has anything to say about it. The ball will be sent up into the hands of Rossi, who can't quite get the boost and will be taken off the field from that scarab of Boyo as On1 looks to put on an attack without Rossi there. As Asher with the shot won't find the back of the net, but will find Rossi after the respawn. Gets the clip reset, will use it early to get another touch, can't quite find it as GMB will find himself in a bit of a pickle, has to get himself out there as he's going to have to rotate back. Boyle and JMS in the midfield. Boyle's already up. The shot is not on target, but it's enough to put the pressure on UOG as GMB is up as well. Double commit coming out for the Grizzlies, and On1's forced to play defense. It's Rossi, not a lot of boost to work with.
He has to pass to Ambo. Gets redirected right over to Ash's hand, but in the end, Strathers 55 seconds right now on the clock, and it's going to be running out. That's one, not the second bullseye, not to be caught just yet, but points are still to be attributed, and time still remains. If Grizzlies manage to get themselves a second, I would call it to be the comfort zone, but that's a long shot, and one by a mile. Looking to defend it, Ash just gets that light little touch to keep himself safe for yet another moment. The Grizzlies are coming back twice as strong, looking to return a tenfold, and right now, Strathers, here you are trying to break this aggression, but you simply can't find the catalyst in all these openings that you have made yourself. The Devils have been quite nasty, I'll give you that, but in the end, if you can't capitalize off of them correctly, it's going to be a tough battle. It's going to be even tougher to defend it. No boost, Boyo misses it, it's corner time, and well, Goalie Mikey, as much as he can fend off of it, Grizzlies here are just not allowing them this type of free, easy exit.
Grizzlies, they want to keep that thrown, and well, they're going to have to keep the ball out of their net as the clock is going to strike zero. It's going to edge ever so closely towards the net. GMB keeps it live over to Boyo Royal. It's off the crossbar, forced to hear today, and forced to see the floor as GMS won't get it past Ashi. What could have been a great last-minute goal to send us to overtime. It's not going to happen as Grizzlies, they fight back.
That's what Strathers have been fighting for the entire time, and the one time the stars align for them, it all clears out. This phase, we can see the moons, we can see everything besides those stars. And of course, now it's up to Grizzlies to take the stars out of the eyes of Strathers. And I mean, that's one, but Grizzlies, 2 more are needed.
Yeah, you still have a long way to go, but I think now that you have that one under your belt, you can feel a bit more comfortable. I suppose the pressure is still there, right?
Oh, yeah.
But you can feel more comfortable. You're like, right, okay, we can do this. Like, the morale is up now. They have the confidence in themselves. They're just going to have to really give it their all playing Strathers. I mean, the Strathers, they look like they're just chilling. They're enjoying Rocket League, and I suppose that's kind of, you know, what it's all about. Enjoy the game at the end of the day, and well, you might come away as the Kings of Glasgow. You might dethrone the Grizzlies, but there's still an awful long way to go for the Grizzlies to keep that title, and Strathers 1 game away. It's so unbelievably close.
There's still a bit of a distance here between the two, but what matters is that it's becoming smaller and smaller by the mistake. Right now, I mean, Grizzlies were having a bit of a rough time. This one goal, you know, don't get me wrong, they were constantly in the lead, but it was a 1-goal deficit and they couldn't find that second, which I kind of like. Again, we see that passiveness, we see them playing it smart rather than that gamble to be put up, and currently Strathers, well, unless you can capitalize and find that execution on for the beginning, you're going to be having a rough time with the continuation.
Definitely, but Grizzlies trying to kick us off strong on one with the shot. It's bottom right maybe, but JMS is going to keep it out as, well, Strathers, they want that title, but it's an awful long way to go yet. Rossi into the corner. Boyle will be there to return the favour, and Rossi's once again back on the end of it as it hits the midfield, and ball will be sky high into the hands of Ashi. He's looking for the double tap. Not a lot of boost to work with. That opportunity will fade away as JMS looks to create one of his own.
There it is, GMS, come on, bring it back to home. And right now, Ashley's going to be making no light joke of it. Strathers, they've been playing it heavy, they've been playing it hard, but right now we need to see that extra effort, that extra put in the hour moment before they can really find themselves a match point win. And of course, not allowing it to get any closer than it already is. I'm imagining they're starting to have the real feels come out as Grizzlies have been putting in some hard efforts. Grizzlies really are a hard nut to crack here, but Strathers, maybe you just get the hammer and blow it all away.
Yep, well, looks like they're trying to, but Grizzlies are putting up a very strong defense. This could be a crack in the armor, however, but Ashley will clear the ball away, and well, it's back in that danger zone once more. All thanks to Boy Roy. The pass is down to JMS, and the goal has been found for Strathers as they look to seal this in game number 6.
One of the car engines must be plowed out, and there it is, Strathers boosting in happiness, and that's going to be the opening, 3:35. It took us about a minute and a half to get to this point, which already sets aside all the differences we've been seeing in the past. It's back to this close match. It's back to differences in change making, and also these plans. What are we going to be seeing? A bit of bumps in the meanwhile. Now Boyo Royal, he's trying to keep it close to himself, not really wanting to give it away to Grizzlies, as when they get the opportunity, they're going to be sure as hell making the most out of it. They can. Rossi going to be missing out on it, and we see him, he switched up from the Fennec, but that doesn't matter as GMP makes another attempt, and this one for sure goes where it belongs.
The team chemistry is beautiful. Ashley can read it, and well, GMB is going to slot another one in, and Others, they're looking like, you know, they want to end it in 6, they want this over and done with. They're just having a great time. They want to be the Kings of Glasgow, as Boyle looks to be the final nail in the coffin, won't be able to find it, and Ashy's going to have to do an awful lot of work to keep this ball out, but not a lot of boost to his name. It's a bit of a pickle that he's in, but he's able to get a soft touch nonetheless, and, well, won't be able to find a second chances. Boyle's already there, and so is JMS. Plenty of boost in the tank. Gets one more touch, and Ashy misses it. Unfortunately, no one from Strather is there to combat that.
Rossi going in for himself. Ashy going to be on his right. Nice little pat on the back, but it's not going to be getting much longer now. Grizzlies, for you, this goal is going to be life-changing, game-changing at least. Now for Strathers, it's going to be icing on the cake if they can really get that third. But as much as the cherry on top really serves a purpose of more comfort than anything else, Grizzlies are playing for a larger game, trying to get back into that long run possibility, to say the least. And as these final 2 minutes run, we talk about two. Where are those 2 goals that Grizzlies still require?
Yup, well, it's an awful lot they've got to do, but Rossi's looking to kick things off. A pass over to Ashy won't be able to happen as Boyle's going to clear that ball away, and, well, no boost in his tank. He'll still be able to progress the ball further down the field and push Grizzlies even further back. That ball's in front of the net. GMB's there, the nail in the coffin, however, has been delivered, all thanks to Boyle and GMB. It's now a 3-goal deficit in Grizzlies. The time is not with you. The chemistry isn't there either. We just saw a brilliant display from you last game. What has happened?
They either pass the controller to the bigger brother right now as these 155 moments, final seconds, tick down, or it's going to be all over in the next one. And there's another shot from JMS that simply isn't expected, making sure the worst is really delivered. And when it comes push to shove, Strathers, they simply ram ahead.
Strathers have played beautifully, definitely, and well, Grizzlies, you have 4 goals that you need. 1 minute 49, unless you get really quick kick-off goals. I mean, it's going to be impossible almost with the time that you have. Rossi won't be able to find the end of the ball right now as GMB's already there. Another one would just be absolutely horrific for Grizzlies to see as they're just kind of playing for the fun of it right now. I think they believe that it's kind of over. 1 minute 30, it's not exactly in their favor.
There it is. 1 minute. Come on, Grizzlies. 4 goals. It isn't a small number, that's for sure. But if you don't change it up and completely turn it from 0 to 100, you need to get on max speed right now. And the level needs to be amped up. Strathers have been absolutely taking it away, not allowing for a single piece of denial from your side. And Grizzlies, I doubt they're feeling good about it, but what they need to feel is that momentum, the ball to be in their favor right now is nicely passed, but just the lead of the shadowing from Strathers is absolutely phenomenal as they allow nothing to go in or out of their field.
Almost, it's just looking over for Grizzlies at the minute unless they can find something, and Omwom is going to be the person to try and do so, but Boyle's going to say no, he wants more, and well, Rossi's not going to allow that. He wants to keep his image pristine as GMB. Plenty of boost work with, will get a little bit of a shot off, but Omwom will be there in his way, and so will Boyle. He will be able to start his own attack as demos come out, and Ash won't be able to find it. GMB will be, however, Boyle might be on the end of it, but it'll be cleared away by Rossi.
On to the final 20. I think this is where we finally get to say that Grizzlies have lost their lead. Strathers are going to be taking it home. I mean, 0 to 4, 15 seconds. Let's see if we can get any type of conduit to go through. Maybe some merciful goals to say the least. The 5th to be clowned upon, or maybe just an extra flawless step towards a better direction here for Strathers as they keep it coming. The final few seconds to be ticking us down. The Eggs are cheering Strathers as they take it away. It's down to 0. It's about inevitable as it gets. And at the end, Grizzlies will be losing their position. The Majesty falls. And now Strathers take a new place, a new era to be the leaders when it comes down to Rocket League.
Strathers are able to dethrone the champions of Grizzlies. I think this was kind of inevitable with the way that Strathers were playing. Grizzlies put up an insane performance. And well, I mean, Strathers, they just had fun with it. They were honestly like just playing great, perfect Rocket League, right? We saw that in all of their goals. The team chemistry was beautiful, the solo plays were beautiful, and Grizzlies just couldn't read that. They couldn't get on the same wavelength.
Absolutely. I mean, in the end, Strathers, they knew it was a needed moment. They were in that moment. This was their moment to really shine. They proved that time they spent in the game, that moments, all these hard-working, I would say, practice runs they probably had between each other have tended to pay off, and they put in the extra hours. But what matters most is the fact that they prove to everyone that they are truly the greatest when it comes here to Rocket League. And in the end, I mean, there's always a winner and a loser.
Yeah, there always is, and unfortunately this time Grizzlies are not able to keep the throne, the title, and it's going to hurt definitely, but it's always great to see the underdog shine, and Strathers have done a brilliant job, and well, it's not the last game of Rocket League that we're going to see. We are going to see the Chargers face off against Grizzlies, and whilst it won't amount for anything in terms of Rocket League, it will amount for a great bit of entertainment as we're going to head to a short break followed by an interview, and well, sit tight.
Very good. Here we are again. We did witness Strathers managed to take it up themselves at 2-0 in the entirety of the BFG Rocket League series, but we interviewed them once before, so I think it's time to change things up and bring it to the previous 2 years. The reigning champions here, and none other than the man, the myth, the legend. How are we doing?
Bit down after that loss, but that's okay.
It's okay. It happens, but you've been quite renowned to really lead in the previous years, and, with the switch up here from Monkey, do you think that affected how your team ended up playing?
I definitely do. GMB is a great player.
Absolutely.
I'm best pals with him, so we always play. And to see him go to Strathclyde, it's a bit of a ratty move, to be honest, but glad to take 2 games off him.
Well, look, you got the new player in, you got Amvo, and you tried him out a bit. Do you feel like the synergy ended up working nicely?
We didn't do any scrims or games before this, but I actually felt like we had quite a bit of chemistry. We were playing well, and to take 2 games off them, I'm actually really proud of that.
Honestly, coming into this, even with the switch-ups, with all the changes, with all piece of pressure on you, I imagine even playing in front of a crowd, your friends, people who know you, how did you come into this? Were you thinking you were going to be having an easy sweep, or?
Me and JMB were speaking about this last night. I said I would be happy to take at least 1 game off them because I know their ability, and I don't know, it's up there for the next game to see what could happen.
All right, being humble. We love to see it. And in the end, we still have 1 match ahead. What are you thinking? You got to be confident for this one.
I think we're going to take it in Game 7 overtime then.
That's it. That's the type of mental we need now. While those Rathers did end up winning, we still have to see what Grizzlies. Like we said, the past track record has been fantastic. Let's keep it up for the final. And, right before we get to the match, we're going to be throwing it to a short break. So, again, get yourself ready as the final one will be underway in just a couple of moments.
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Got diamonds dancing on my neck. That is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit. Who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures please, cameras flashing. I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than that earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games and go run and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broke and to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, I ain't got a witness. A1 treatment like a mistress, dunking on them, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe. Wasting hours on my phone. I'm ready to go now. On my way. I won't let fear hold me back. It's here to stay. On my way. All of my dreams are now a step away. So here I am, about to explore. I feel I must like never before. I'll take a chance on reaching my shore. My heart is full of hope, I'm on my way and I won't ever stop. So here I am, about to explore. I feel I must like never before. I'll take a chance on reaching my shore. My heart is full of hope, I'm on my way and I won't ever stop. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around,
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself.
too. Should've never believed you when you saw your love like it's your truth. But left out of the blue, now I got nothing to lose. I hate that I still hear your voice. All through the night, you're still calling my name. I hate that I do anything to feel it all again. I wanna let you be the one to go and bring me down. You could shoot a bullet through my heart and make me drown. Deeper into you, I know it's better for some help, but I'm still in love with you, and I do it all the deja vu. Don't know where it started, do it so. I stood with my eyes closed underneath your whole shadow. Thought that you were meeting me halfway. Found myself inching to you as you leave it. Got me stuck in a high, creating a show. You ran out of love and I didn't know. Can never let you go. Lost my heart to stone. This can't be the end of our road. I hate that I still hear your voice. All through the night, you're still calling my name. I hate that I do anything to feel it all again. I wanna let you be the one to go and bring me down. You could shoot a bullet through my heart and make me drown. Deeper into you, I know it's better for some help, but I'm still in love with you, and I do it all the deja vu. Hey baby, all I want is to be loved by you. But you will never take me as I am, it's true. 소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 멀어질까봐 I don't know. Oh, 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 너 나를 믿었던 게 때는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아. 너 잠든데도 한계가 있어. 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야. 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐. 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아. 싫은 싫다고 얼른 말해봐봐야 계속 기다리게 하지 마. Goodbye. 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가봐. 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아. 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도처럼 나빠. 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 장난 좀 치지 마. 하지마 하지마. 장난 좀 치지 마. Overdose gonna flow. 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야. 울고 웃게 하는 너도처럼 나빠. 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마. 믿었던 게 때는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아. 너 잠든데도 한계가 있어. 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야. 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐. 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아. 싫은 싫다고
Welcome back to Battle for Glasgow 2025, where we already have crowned our champions of Glasgow. Strathers dethroned Grizzlies in what was just a landslide that we just saw there. And well, this next game, it won't really amount for anything in terms of who wins Rocket League, but it will amount for a lot of entertainment.
Absolutely. And, well, if you weren't here last time or in the previous matches, it ended up going Strathers 2-0. This is where they won against both of the series they played up until now, and Grizzlies were the victims. But in the end, it was still a good fight. I was, honestly, with the score being so close, expecting a comeback from the Grizzlies, but in the end, they could not prevail. They even got a beautiful, and I mean beautiful interview here with Saucy, who was just an absolute talent. But one more series remains to decide a bit of just that in-between to really see which of the teams could have had the best chance against Strathers, and now it's going to be Grizzlies versus Chargers.
Yeah, Joe, it's going to be like a bit of friendly competition at this point. It's going to be like Rocket League for the fun of things. There's no pressure anymore. Strathers, they've already walked home with that crown. It's beautiful. It's in their hands. It's gone. And these two teams are just going to play some beautiful Rocket League. And, well, it's a nice little friendly match that we're going to see. So, Chargers, they've had some time, you know, to think about how they're going to approach this, and, well, they're going to have to approach it pretty quickly as we're already in the game.
We're already in the game, kicking it off as fast as we can, and already approaching the kickoff goal has been a crazy repetition between all of these three teams that have gone off of it, but you know what, I've missed both, Alec. It's going to be Moist Murray's and Burke.
Oh, I've missed that beautiful hitbox, and I've missed the wall of defense that it's been able to give to GCU, and, well, Grizzlies are going to have to combat that in some way, as they look to get out of this rut in defence. All three players from Grizzlies are stuck in that corner with little to no boost to their name. Omwom's going to send it over into the sides wall, but won't be able to get another touch on it.
Well, here it is, Grizzlies going in. Saucy's already back in his A game now. The previous match definitely wasn't to their best taste, but now they're coming in happy. They're smiling. They know they're having a blast. And, well, Chargers, as much as they want to contest against some Grizzlies, they've already played a very decent matchup against the winners of both these. And let's see who can really come out with the most adaptation, and majorly, who can take the controller and aggression at first.
Yeah, well, it's looking like Chargers are coming up swinging. Lots of shots on net, but they're not finding the back just as of yet. Actually taken off a field by Joe. Moist Murray able to put on an attack. It's not on target, but the pressure is still alive. Is Mac's still there? Plenty of boost, but he's on the wrong side of things. He's actually going to play that down to Rossi in the left-hand side corner. Won't be able to do much, but Joe's already up. The shot's already there. It's off of the post and won't find its way in the back of the net for the time being, but the pressure still remains.
Still remains here, and we're going to be taking some time off for a bit of clarification here, as both these teams have nicely taken it aback. They've still had some opportunity here, some openings to say the least, but now, as we're playing a bit of that whack-a-clash right now, Grizzlies are going a bit more hot, they're looking a bit more strong, and although that strength is going to get simmered down by Moist Murray, who brings it over to, and in the end, Rossi just being too saucy for the defense to be defeated.
Yup, now counter-attack for Grizzlies. Looks to commence as Rossi's already there, but soft touch will play directly in the hands of Murray, and Mac, who can get up the end of things, won't be able to find a third man to make that opportunity. However, Rossi will find the end of it once more as he gets the flip reset, uses it quite quickly. There's not a lot of boost to work with, but there is Omwom, and he's up. He scores like what we've seen previously in the last series. When he's up, 99% of the time, he scores.
He goes down, and he goes down like a falling grace, an angel in the eyes of Grizzlies, and he scores him. Now, well, we're going to have to see what Chargers are going to be putting up to try and contest this type of given advantage in the very early start of this match. I would say, but you know what they say, before creation comes destruction, and the Destroyer Mac with the opening for Chargers.
Well, a great fight from Grizzlies, but with a poor kickoff, it can all be for nothing, essentially. You need to make sure that you're not slipping through the cracks, and well, that's what GCU have just been able to capitalise on as we're about to kick off for the third time in game number one. Both of these teams, they put up a stellar performance against Strathers. Well, now they have to put up a great performance against each other on the field, and nice little friendly. It never hurts anyone, right? To see who's second best. It's not exactly the story they wanted, but regardless, it's still a great medal to have, as this ball is going to work its way in front of that blue net once more, but won't be in the back of it as the ball flies into the hands of Joe P. Plenty of boost, won't get around to it before Ashley does, as the pass is there for Omwom, but the shot isn't.
Well, here we're going to be approaching the Lions Den, or rather the Grizzlies' den in this situation, and I don't think they like their honey to be stolen. They want to keep it for themselves to feast over the winter, but it's summer. They've awoken, they've gotten out of their cave, and they're no sleeping longer, as now it's down to Chargers to charge through, nicely pound themselves another goal. It was Grizzlies who took up the first step in initiation to find this opening, get this one goal. The Chargers, they returned it, and maybe, just maybe, they can continue for a second.
Actually looking to progress this into the orange half. He won't be able to find another touch. We'll leave it for on one, but Murray will get it past him, and Rossi's forced to play defense once more, get it past that pesky little Merc, and he does so, but uses all of his boost in the process. Won't be able to get it past Mark as on one takes to the ceiling, takes to the skies. No boost to his name, but he will find Dashi. Dashi can't quite find the back of the net as that ball rolls in front of it, but into the hands of Mark, and Rossi's forced to rotate back as he has to play defense here until this turns into a counter-attack, which Ashley's looking to do, but Moist Murray stands in his way. The Merc's going to take to the skies, get past on one, but will only travel that far.
How no one's been towering over the other up until now is an absolute fantastic moment we get to see currently. The Grizzlies, they're being pressured into a corner and they cannot find that headspace that they want to. Maybe some pressure to be arise. Here's going to be Ashy, but it gets taken away from him. Joleb is going to be going off the side, doesn't get that nice connect, looking for the flash, but can't really find the comfort zone to get it onto his own roof. But up from above, that's the Destroyer yet again showing his face. And now Moist Murray, Joleb both going to be forced back to the defensive line, but a Devil in the meanwhile, that was not the ball aim. We're currently looking to little down the players and have a smallest count of possible. And 30 seconds here remaining. Alec, Chargers, they're looking for it again.
Yep, they're looking for this to be over before overtime, but Ashy, he's going to put on a counter-attack for Grizzlies. Ball is still up. He's up as well. That's going to send it even further into the hands of 1-1 maybe, but no connection to be found. Instead, there's demos galore. The ball's in front of the orange net, but it's also in the hands of that pesky Merc. And as the clock ticks down, we might be in for game 1 overtime unless there's a little caster curse like last time, but Ashy looking to put an end to things, won't be able to. The ball will hit the floor and we will hit OT.
Nanometer away, and all things could have changed, but that's coulda, woulda, shoulda, and currently Chargers, now they're going to be quite happy, I imagine, as it was heading right for their net, no longer so, but a second attempt, yeah, Grizzlies here are going to be going for it yet again. That's what they're left off, and they're looking to continue right off of it, exactly as Rossi Tusasi, here's he in the corner, gonna have to back off for boost. He's feeling a bit saturated, but Ashy, he's gonna keep up the pace. There's no tempo to be left over, and nicely, just looking for the continuation, it's missed over by Ambo, and all left down to Zasi. He brings it up. He's in that aerial. You know it's a danger zone, so Moist Murray gets him right out of the zone.
Yeah, actually looking for that pass to Onwam. He's not going to be there for the time being. He is now, but it's a little bit too late as Moist Murray is going to find Joby maybe, but Ross is going to interfere. The danger still there for Grizzlies. However, Max up, but so is Onwam. He clears the threat, and well, it's thrown right back in his face, but Saucy, he is going to return the favour. Murray is up, won't be able to get the success that he's looking for, and will have to rely on his teammates to get it past the midway point, but it's a difficult task to ask when you're faced with such prominent and dominant teams. As Rossi looks to find the touch on the ball, he will be able to, but won't be able to find the second for now. We'll play it a little bit slower into the hands of Onwam, and well, it's thrown back into the defence of Mac.
The second the goal is open to any opportunities. I imagine these teams are going to be rather resorting to violence here, as a bit of demo action going to be unveiled, but in the meanwhile, Bumps will be the only thing denying possession, as Rossi's going to have to stick back, wait, relax, but that's just not going to be the best solution, as it keeps on coming back to back, that top to be secured. Maurice Murray, the Merc with a mouse, strikes yet again, and Chargers will be taking the first in overtime, 135.
Yeah, great start from the Chargers, all thanks to the pass from Mac and the beautiful hitbox of the Merc, able to slot that one in, 135, beautifully done, and well, I think that just sets the tone for this game. It's also going to be a very, very close series that we have just seen there. It's going to be close throughout all the games, and well, if you had told me, based off the statistics of last year in 2023, who was going to, come away with it, it was going to be Grizzlies, but I didn't think that even in their defeat, that they would also concede to Chargers.
Look, these teams are remotely close, not only physically, but even in skill level. They have right now been going toe-to-toe even in this matchup, and the one thing that I've been noticing is that they always send out 2 players to attack and 1 just to remain in the back, just to not allow a goal to happen so easily, right? We constantly have the attack of 2. If it doesn't go well, okay, we send 1 back, and he's nicely there to secure our net line, but the one time that changes is when all 3 of the players go for a successful commit.
Yeah, rotation is a big thing, right? And we've seen great rotation, and we've seen, a little bit poor. It is what it is, though. Like, when demos come out especially, that's when rotation is poor. That's when you need to be focusing on rotation, because you're one-man down. You need to make sure that there's people in defense to get to the threat that is going to be thrown your way. And, well, that's what we've seen time and time again. As we head into game number 2, are we going to see more of the same stuff? I don't know. I think it's getting really close, but the strats might be forming in the heads.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some sort of blueprint, and they're writing down plans, and I imagine the Grizzlies are looking to not really put them to test. They couldn't in the first one. Again, this is just the fact that both these teams, one has been a bit exhausted from the previous, while Chargers are just getting themselves into that stretching motion as they missed out on the previous match. I imagine when it comes down to how physical they were on the controller, but currently Grizzlies, now let's look at them perform. Maybe it's their prime time, or will it be the time to shine for Chargers yet again?
Chargers looking to kick us off, swinging with Moise Murray, trying to find Joe, trying to find the back of the net. Rossi will find the save, however, but the pressure's still there. Max sends it on target. Rossi with the save again, off of the crossbar. Won't find the back of the net, and it's also putting up an incredible work of defence, but it might not be enough. The pressure, the threat still remains, but on one, it's going to diminish it.
Oh, Chargers, we've seen so many moments like them, and that's what happens when a full commit is done, but not with the correct execution. That's what could have happened multiple times in the previous match, but now that shows that Grizzlies have started getting a better read on, and these shots, these punishes, and these possible openings are starting to get clearer and clearer as time goes on. Ashley, 2 are going to be backline, and now sending out one player just to get themselves an easier grasp. For a moment, it was a bit too close to the net, but Rossi handled it just as professionally as he could, passing it over to Ashley. Rossi's quick on the move, but it's Ombo who should have claimed it and sadly didn't successfully do so.
The ball's going to fall into the hands of anyone who's going to get to it. Essentially, it's going to be GCU get there first, and the threat still remains. But for how much longer? Rossi's on the end of it, plenty of us to work with, but Max going to be there as well. Murray's already up the ball. Sky high, Max going to get there once more. The speed on that car is impeccable as the shot comes out, but the save does also as Rossi's putting up a stellar performance in defence, but it's only about time until that defence cracks unless they can do anything about it. The counter-attack is looking very promising. If On1 can get to it, and he can, it's off of the crossbar, and there's not a follow-up.
There's definitely going to be some change here. Grizzlies have been sharpening their claws. They've been really whitening down their teeth, and they're ready to come back stronger and harder than ever before. Now, Chargers, in the meanwhile, they're going to keep it returning. One after another, the pressure was applied, and Grizzlies, as much as I love this aggression, they left the field to be too unoccupied on their own side. Defense was exposed to the side of the Chargers to claim.
As soon as On1 went up and he was not able to get a touch on that ball, I think that ultimately just secured that goal for GCU.
But
On1, he's going to maybe return the favour. It's not going to quite happen, but again, it's nice to see that the kickoff is giving a bit of a glimmer of hope. But what is this? Maybe an over-rotation, unless On1 can get to it, he can, but he's taken out in the process. Mac take to the skies once more, not a lot of boost to work with. We'll have to rotate back out and leave it up to Joe to keep the pressure alive for GCU. The shot's there from Murray, but not on target. Mac can't quite get past Rossi, and actually looking to return the favour with a counter of his own. The ball's sent high into the hands of Murray, into the hands of the Merc, who will get another touch and will be able to further the lead for GCU.
I've been really loving the Star Wars goal explosion here from Murray. He really enjoys it, and that's, I imagine, the reason, the big pushing force behind his goals. He goes in, he wants the Death Star to go off, and just like him, he's going to be claiming that second here for GCU. A fantastic performance to say the least, but 2 minutes and 16 for Grizzlies to really start showing their fangs, and although True Nature hasn't been exposed just yet, Ombo, this is going to be your chance. Backed off to a corner, actually waiting for the pass. It comes around, but it's not going to be as strong as hoped. It is that one between the Merc himself and, of course, another Fennec. We're going to have to see how that's going to be affected, but in the 2v2, I feel like Grizzlies have a better chance.
The real one. Oh, we love to see it. I love that it's been respected. It's beautiful. It's now a 2v2. Perfect. Joe over into the hands of Mac. Will be able to hit it off of the post. It's not in the back of the net yet. The real one still remains in front of that orange net. And, well, actually can't quite find Rossi just yet, but we'll find him now. The ball will curl towards the hands of Joe P and towards Mac as well. Takes up 100 boost, plenty to work with. Won't find a touch, however. And for the 2 boys from the Grizzlies, they're bunched up in that corner for the time being, but they're going to get it out into the orange half. And, well, what a beautiful real one there. It's going to be broken. No. It's free. The players are free to play a 3v3, but it doesn't matter as Ross is going to sink it in. the back of the orange net and, well, start the comeback for Grizzlies.
I heard someone in the crowd boo, and that is completely reasonable. The Rule 1 was set in stone and it was broken apart. That not being the reason for the Rocket League gods to step in themselves, and Chargers going to be facing deities alongside Grizzlies, which definitely is going to be a difficult one. Rossi coming out from the air, a bit of a bait, not going to be breaking ankles just yet, but there's still boats to crack, and there's still opportunities to arise. Ambo going to need that defense, rather focusing on his own boost and maybe go for the long run, but a pass off the backboard, no one there to continue, and now it's Ashy, up the roof, flicks it above. That's a high risk, but it ended up being a reward nonetheless, and Ambo still fighting demons in that corner as Rossi now takes it away, and let's see if he can really equalize it out for this time.
Rossi with a very, very high flick off the crossbar. Ashley's not going to be able to get to it, but on one can. It's off the crossbar, however, the pressure is still there. It's off the crossbar once more. Rossi with a shot, bottom right corner. Finally sinks it in. The pressure, it was there, and it was enough to crack the armor of GCU.
That was performance, but at the end, 34 seconds. Chargers, you can still do it. Get back in the lead. The performance you were showing at the very beginning, get that distinction back in game, and you're going to be looking good with the 2-0 in the series. But right now, Grizzlies, they're having themselves the time of a lifetime. Right now, good pass to Chargers, one for Job as he's going for bumps in the meanwhile. He's a multitasking machine. But Jossie, you can never underestimate this player as he's been all around the board. From the mic, from the interview, all the way to this match, he's looking as fresh and heavy as always. And that missed one from Ashley definitely is going to be looking good. But Chargers lose it yet again, and I believe Grizzlies are looking to take this into OT.
Maybe, unless Chargers have anything to say about it. The ball is in the blue half and it's up in the air. Joe P can really finish it here, but Ross is going to send it to the floor, and OT is among us in game number 2. Will it be a 135 again, or will it be a quick overtime? God knows, but Chargers are looking like they're going to come out swinging. Joe P with the attack starting for GCU. Ash is already up. We'll get one touch over to the side wall, but Matt will read him like a book. We'll get the soft one. It allows Joe to really push on up and keep the pressure alive.
Light touches from Chargers. Now looking to hand it up just a moment. No one left behind here, and all the players getting ready. The perfect opportunity doesn't strike. You make the perfect opportunity. So let's play around what Grizzlies are setting down. Let's see what you can really engrave into it. And that's a flick if I've ever seen one. But it won't be for naught as now Moist with a beautiful redirect with the mark. Again, that box does serve its purpose for yet another time. But Joe catching all straight from these bumps.
One not able to do much there, and that's going to allow GCU to push further up this blue half. Murray with the shot on target, actually going to stand in the way of that, but the pressure is still there. Matt with the pass to Joe P, can't quite find it. Could this be an over-rotation? Maybe, but Murray's on the end of it, looks to get the pinch, and what a great use of game knowledge there that he knew he just had to go for something to get it out as well. He's done that, but it's going to be returned right back into his half as Ashley's already there, so it's on one. Won't be able to get the touch. Rossi, last man back, needs to buy time for his team to re-rotate as well. That's exactly what he's doing in the midfield. He's going to send the ball high and, well, low as well under Mac, and the 50's there with Joe, but on one isn't there to finish.
It isn't over till the fat lady sings, and I'm not hearing any singing. I'm just hearing the crowd going absolutely wild. And there it is from Moist Murray as he finishes the job. He does the core himself, and Chargers are looking for the second in a row.
And you know, we had a 135 and we have a 136
Oh my
now.
God,
Yeah.
you're right. What?
Maybe Chargers, that's just where they shine at the 135 mark.
Yeah.
But yeah, beautifully done from the Chargers. They're going to take game number 2. And well, Grizzlies, they definitely put up a lot more of a fight, I would argue, this time.
Absolutely. The Grizzlies had a really good snowball incoming. It was turning slowly into an avalanche, but it did get stopped. First, second, hands are up, and now we just needed to cool it off. Those are 2 matches. But fret not, Grizzlies still have more opportunities, but the second they give this next one away over to the side of Chargers, again, we've been seeing how really detrimental to the mental it has been, this OT and match point, both alike. But Chargers, they can go for the long game in overtime. They can really stall it out, and I guess it's high noon once that 135 clock strikes.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think we're in for even more overtime.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I just hope Grizzlies can kind of, succeed in it. We've definitely seen some glimmers of hope. They're champions for a reason, right? They've had the title 2 times before. It's just kind of not showing on the field at the minute. And we talked to Ashy a little bit, and he said that this is the first LAN he's ever lost a match on LAN. So it's heartbreaking. But let's see if he can keep that one LAN that
First
he's
time
lost.
for everything.
Yeah,
About
first time
the
for
same.
everything. But Grizzlies, there's still opportunity to bounce back. It's just going to be rough.
Absolutely. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a challenge. But that's what this is all about. Proving yourself and also managing to overcome those so-given challenges. And right now, Chargers, I mean, they're happy. Look at them. They're smiling. They're ready to go. I mean, hopefully that doesn't overcome in confidence-wise. But as of current, it is without a matter of question that they are still the ones on top.
GCU, they're on top, but can they be dethroned? Well, only time to find out. Rossi's already up. Not a lot of this to work with, but the threat is going to be created nonetheless, as defense is going to have to really pick up the game there. Mac not able to get anything from it, but maybe now as he's in the midfield, and that's going to hit off the backboard and into the hands of Joe P. He can't quite find the target. However, Moise Murray's still there, but nothing will remain as the Mercs forced to play defense.
Here it is. 420 funny number is going to be hitting our clock time, and now Chargers are going to be feeling the real pressure, the real strength coming in from Grizzlies as they're back. They're back where they truly belong, and Ashley going for a long shot, didn't commit to it, or rather couldn't get the full read, but a solo play here from the side of Ammo will not get him anywhere, and hopefully Rossi's looking to repeat that as a bump between the players, and the only one left standing, the destroyer, Mac himself, needing to fend off the goal by on his own, and in the end still managing to prevail. So Grizzlies, this was a lot of attempts, but not a single one up until now has been successful, and that's why I say up until now, because in recent times, Humbo is looking for a game change.
Yep, all thanks to Rossi on one. That one's going to slot its way in, and well, GCU just could not have a read on where that ball was going to go. Grizzlies, they're fighting back, and well, game 3 is definitely do or die. Like we mentioned, it's such a tone setter, right? If you don't win this, you're on match point, and the 4-0 sweep is not very pretty. It's not exactly the best thing to have on your resume, if you will. But Rossi looking to put an end to that and get one for the Grizzlies. Won't be able to quite get to the ball for now, but on one is there. Ball into the hands of Rossi Saucy once more, but Joe's already back on the end of it.
Back on the end of it, nicely telling behind this ball. Here we go. Mac is already waiting to snoop in for a couple of his own. He's been the one to really start off GCU's strike count, and he's looking to repeat that type of action. A fantastic, nice little pinch right off the side. He was waiting for it. The timing was persistent, and now, as Rossi's looking to get himself into the action himself, we'll have to leave it for Asher to continue. There's the shot, a pass nice, but won't get that second touch. It just will be a bit unfortunate. What matters is that Grizzlies are still up on the lead count, although that just might be changing the second the Smirk gets his hands on the ball.
Mac sends the ball in front of the blue net, but there's no real threat until Joe gets his hands on it. Is going to find his way into the corner, and Rossi's going to take his time, get it past Joe, but can't quite get it past the hitbox of that Merc, and on one, he's going to have to do it himself, but it's going to be diminished by Mac. Joe's already on the ends of things. GCU, they're fighting desperately to claw back. They want the equalizer, they want it now. Mac tries to find Murray in the midfield, won't quite be able to find him as on-mom's there, but not for much longer. The demo comes out, and it's going to make people's lives a little bit harder for the time being. Rossi, no boost, will have to force his way back into defense as on-mom takes to the skies, but so will Rossi. The changeover is beautiful, it's an opportunity, but it hits off of the crossbar, and well, almost such a beautiful goal that's left to still be played out.
Ooh, the chemistry here from Chargers has been absolutely astounding. Call them H2O because they have been flowing like water. A fantastic performance. The passes have been great. Maybe not perfect, but we're about to get to that in any moment. Although Grizzlies, consistent, based, and absolutely fantastic on their defense. Although for how much longer will that stand? The backflip just to save you for another, but there's going to be more incoming. And Moist, he's looking for himself a very nice flip reset there to come a bit too late on it. The Destroyer back going in for yet again. And although it backfires, they get back on that rotation. They're back on their streak and now looking to get onto the back of Grizzlies, but just not yet. GCU here are going in for round number 2.
Yeah, Murray's already up, but Rossi is as well. That's going to send the ball up into the air. Anyone game right now is Joe's already up. Not a lot of boost to work with. It's all been used out, and well, Mac is going to make the pass to Moise Murray, but the connection's not going to be there. And Grizzlies, they have a nice opportunity now to further their lead if they can just get on the ends of it, but that demo is going to throw a spanner in the works as Mac is going to try and make GCU's life a little bit easier, as he's going to find the ball in the midfield and find the beat onto on-one as Murray has to force his way all the way back and maybe not opportunity for him to get another goal here. The ball's already up. Murray's up as well. The mark is up, and the goal is secured in the back of that net very, very nicely. The equaliser from Murray keeps GCU in the swing of things.
I'm spotting some changes, but at the same time, you know what I'm spotting? Some similarities. This is exactly how we saw it in the previous match. Grizzlies were down 0-1. And in the final minute or so, they managed to bring themselves up, step up, and get to that so-called need for speed. And of course, the goal count, which is going to be the same situation here for Chargers. And will they be able to persist all the way into overtime and then maybe claim it as well? Because they've been the leaders in overtime. That 135 hits, and while Chargers already basically get a granted goal.
Yeah, I mean, if we see a third overtime, that's going to be crazy. But I mean, it looks like that's going to be that way. It's 15 seconds left on the clock, unless Grizzlies have anything to say about it now in this attack. It looks like another OT is going to go their way, and Rossi is on the sidewall, plenty of boost to work with. He has to get it past Joe P, and Joe, maybe a bit of a misplay there, but it keeps the ball out for now, and will the ball stay on the floor? Yes, it will. OT, third time, 1 minute 35. The time is going to approach us.
All right. Now we're starting to get a bit of a tingle in. Even us casters are excited till the very last. And, well, Chargers, do you get yourself to a flawless match point lead? Maybe this path being as flawless as it possibly can be. Or Grizzlies going to be putting a stop to it, looking for that return game. And up from above, a second one as well. And Rossi puts it in. The second for Grizzlies. They were seeking out for it. And right like that missile, the tracking perfect. 20 seconds in, didn't give them a moment of peace, and Chargers will be losing the first one in this series.
Yep, well, third time's the charm, right? And Grizzlies, they capitalize on OT. Eventually, they secure a game under their belts, and there's the morale that we needed. There's that confidence booster for the Grizzlies. Yes, it came out in overtime, but I mean, it happened nonetheless, and you can definitely sit back and be a little bit more comfortable now that, you know, we got one. It's great. Now we're back in the swing of things, and Grizzlies, it's time for a comeback.
It's time for these ka-chow moments. We did see a cup here from one of the players on Grizzlies. They really like the Lightning McQueen cup, which, you know what, I respect it. You know, they're fast on the cars, they like our soccer, and you know, the best car? Disney. What is it? Of course it's Lightning McQueen. There it is. Look at it. It's just staring at us. But yeah, that was the first one here for Grizzlies. A fantastic one to see. And I'm looking forward to them just stepping it up, nicely leveling. This is only the beginning. Get it into gear one. Okay, this is the second, third, up until we're to the point of where we basically can go on this just run.
Yeah, this is going to be honestly like do or die for Grizzlies at the moment. Yes, it's not match point, but this has still got a lot behind it. You need to win this one to ultimately put yourself back on equal footing, right?
Yeah.
So this is still do or die situation technically, if you're speaking, because once you know you lose this one, the morale is just going to not be there. I just don't think they're going to be able to pick themselves back up.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to be heading back into match number 4, game number 4 of the best of 7 series. Another possible chance for Grizzlies to go in, and so they do. This one's going to be quite slow, but patience comes along with it. And well, patience is key, especially when you look to unlock that door to the first opening here. Grizzlies looking quite nice.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, and Murray not able to quite get the read on that one is unfortunately going to, you know, slot that one in for Grizzlies, and it's not going to be good for GCU, but we know that they can come back from an early loss, as Murray's going to look to pick up that 100 boost, and, well, wait for the pass from Mac, as it's bound to come soon, but the shot is just a little bit too aggressive. It'll find itself in the corner, as Joe's going to have to be the one to make that pass and play, but Murray can't quite get to it. Instead on one will, but the pressure's still alive. The backboard is there, and, well, a little long goal from Ash, I believe that was.
All right, Mac coming in. He knows what his game is, and right now, Chargers need to get to it. Again, they want to find that sweet, sweet spot just to get into match point. And again, they're bringing it into overtime. Grizzlies were the first ones to step over boundaries and actually take it away from them. And as much of a robbery there was, they're looking to keep on stealing. And one after another, this could be going down. But Grizzlies, you've lost the lead. Let's have the intent of keeping it later on.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's get the lead back, right? Keep the morale up as Ashi looks to, you know, right his wrongs, but won't be able to for the time being, as Almont is going to be there and won't be able to find any of his blue teammates instead. The Merc is going to put the shots on target, but Rossi is going to stand in his way like a wall. The pressure still remains. GCU, they definitely have another chance as Matt gets the ball as well. Rossi already up the pass to On1. It's not going to quite connect, but Murray will get the touch instead. Over to Joe P. All the players from Grizzlies, they might be a little bit too far forward. A good opportunity for GCU here, but a little bit too much to ask for.
A lot of challenges. Here comes out one demo, and now on the play will be Moist the Merc Murray as he goes in for a flip reset, finds it below two, and a single man army going in for top-notch quality as Chargers will be back with a lead of their own, stepping it up, and the pivot is definitely theirs to claim.
A little bit like a one-man band he is there. I mean, Moist Murray able to slot that in. Grizzlies just couldn't read that. Couldn't read it whatsoever, and I mean, I didn't see that happening there. I honestly thought the flip reset was going to come out and, well, it was going to be quickly faded away.
Oh,
but
no.
Maybe a great chance for Ashi to get the equalization and, well, it just feels like a little bit of ping pong, you know. There's balls just, they're flying into the net every single minute or so. It's so equal. It's so both of these teams fighting the same fight perfectly.
Moist's accuracy was a bit offset. He was looking to find the ball, but he got a demo instead, and that was traded off for a goal. I feel like Grizzlies are going in for fantastic stocks and currently looking to up that value yet again. Avo with a beautiful pass from corner side. The boost will be there. Ashley as well, it's right back into his hands. This contention was needed here from GCU. Otherwise, they might have been at a loss yet again, but looking to seek out some sort of grace to fall down from Rossi, sticking mid-side, going to be boostless, but currently Ambo's going to be the one keeping it on the opposition. And still this lower side going to be a huge one to keep it at. Rossi playing around the ball, trying to have a bit of a chase section, and I believe that Chargers won't be allowing it to happen much longer.
Chargers are eventually going to put an end to this, what feels like just a constant attack, but I mean, it's still a threat at the minute. They're not able to do that task for now. Rossi on the end of it will get to second touch and we'll leave it to Ashi, but unfortunately the shot just won't be there. The angle isn't there either, but On1 keeps the pressure alive, and Matt's going to try and diminish it as quickly as possible with a block there with Rossi, but Rossi got the better recovery. He's on the end of it, gets it past Joe, and that Merc once again stands in his way. The hitbox is too strong. It's past Ashi, might be in the hands of Joe, but instead we'll take to the skies.
Playing with himself, Murray comes in and look at him, seeking attention and trying to blow people up, and that was a needed defense here from Mac. Otherwise they would have left for open, and right now left for dead here. Grizzlies have been really just taking their shots at the side of Chargers, who don't really find that capitalization, nor can they find the opening in the bottle. They've been stuck in this bottleneck for quite a while now, just needed to be forced into this corner and fended off for themselves. Otherwise, the Tide's charging completely differently. Rossi with a backward pass. It's right over to Ashi, who just misses it by that tip of the speed.
Yeah, well, Joe put up an attack now for Chargers. Won't be successful in that, but will be successful in making some pressure for this blue side, as Grizzlies are going to have to fight really hard to get this out. Rossi already to the skies, and Joe is as well. He's going to get a block, and it's going to allow Matt to maybe get to it as well, but Ashi gets the better of it, and On1 forced to make a soft touch, which won't really be much. Instead, Rossi's going to have to come in to save the day, and Mac as well with a touch to his own crossbar will keep it out, and Grizzlies, they're throwing a lot at Chargers at the minute. They just can't quite find the finish. Ashi won't be able to make the pass down to On1, but Rossi will be able to find the finishing touches. The clock strikes 1 minute, where Grizzlies have the lead for the series right now.
Double fake over to a great momentum for Rossi to Saucy himself into this situation, unintended, and Grizzlies all of a sudden going to be back in their own time, the moment, the pace they really want themselves to be upon, and until this is going to be set back down to ground zero, Chargers, they're actually going to be lurking around. Again, they either need the perfect moment or they need an up moment until one finally strikes, and I don't know what gamble they're going to be taking, but they're already going in nicely. They're looking to set some sort of tempo, even get themselves a bit of prep time to try and charge back at what Grizzlies have put up for them, but now it seems to be slowly backfiring against them.
Actually sending the ball up high, and Grizzlies looking for that consolation. They're looking for the comfortability that Rossi's going to try and provide, but unfortunately for them, it's going to stay out of that orange net for the time being. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Chargers, they're still looking for that equalization. They're looking for the ball to remain into overtime as 15 seconds strike on the clock. Joe, no boost to work with, but he will try to find the pass nonetheless. It won't be successful, as Ashi's going to take to the walls, pick up the 100 boost, and let Rossi do what he does best, as that ball might find the back of the net. yet. Instead, no, it's going to find that Merc hitbox, and well, you need to keep that ball alive for Chargers, but unfortunately, they're not able to do so, and Grizzlies take the series to 2-2.
All right, Grizzlies gonna be evening out the odds. Now, as chances were looking at the beginning, Chargers were being relentless. Not a single moment for Grizzlies to spare, but in the end, the comeback is real, and we're left down to a best of 3, essentially, if we're to put it down to a more understandable standpoint. And in the end, I mean, here it goes. Chargers 2-2 against Grizzlies, who are looking to at least get one in for this matchup today. But they still have a couple more to go, and still quite a path until they've been claimed victors of this one.
Yep, definitely. I mean, you've seen the replays just how close that game was. And all of these games, we thought it was going to be close, but we got it. And Grizzlies, they're finally getting back into the swing of things. Yes, the series is now, it's equalized. We're on equal footing, and the Grizzlies can relax a little bit, and they can just move on. They can, just chill.
Yeah, they can nicely calm themselves. They've gotten a good run, but I feel like this is just a nice little temperature setting. I feel like they can still overheat in this following 2, and Grizzlies can definitely find a bit of that back burner throw. They're not down to the last dollar yet, but whoever loses this one will definitely be needing to go in without much mistakes to be given. And well, let's see what Game 5 has to offer.
Game number 5. Both teams, they fight the same battle here, essentially, as we kick off. Ashy, not much boost to work with. He's going to have to force himself back post and play defense, as Chargers are going to throw absolutely everything that they have, as they want to be on match point. They want to be victorious here, and we're also not able to find that touch. We'll have to rely on one to provide the level of defense that we know that he's really good at. And well, Rossi on the end of things once more, but Mac will follow closely. 14 boost to his name. Won't be much for him to work with as he's forced back to defense, and on one forced to put on a shot on target, but it will be saved.
Ashy to Ashy, dust to dust, and Ashy with a goal of his own. Not a minute has passed to it, but Ashy definitely has passed more than just the Lions defense. He's gotten himself a fantastic opportunity, a bump that was just nicely planned in the favor of Grizzlies, as yet again they're the ones to give us our first.
Grizzlies do kick us off strong, not even a minute has left us yet, but there's still going to be plenty of goals from them, I'm sure of it. They want to remain on top here, and well, Murray's not going to let that happen. The flip reset won't come out. Instead, the ball will be left into the hands of Mac to get that block there, and doesn't quite get the recovery he's looking for. Ashy's able to capitalise. Rossi won the connection, just not the back of the net, and Grizzlies are going to have to put on a little bit more if they want to get past GCU another time. Rossi already up. Not a lot of boost to work with. We'll opt to try and get the flip reset. Won't be successful in that, but the ball will be successful in finding the car of Ashy, and Ross is already up once more, but so is Matt.
So is right now having a bit of a battle between the two. It's like a 1v1. Another fantastic battle. Now Moist Murray, he does lack boost to follow with it, but still keeps up his own pace. And Rossi being forced over to this defensive, really needing to push back any attempt made by Chargers here, who just keep on, as the name indicates, charging. Grizzlies, they're good with absolutely stopping mass wreckage, and they're looking to gouge some of their own.
Joe on the end of things, looking to find someone in the midfield. Matt has been found, but the shot hasn't made its way in the back of the net. That opportunity is going to quickly fade away unless Murray has anything to say about it. He's going to keep the ball in this blue half into the corner. Won't be able to find a touch here, but Matt will be able to send the ball high, but straight to the hands of Ashy. He's going to make the pass to Rossi, and the bump comes out nonetheless, but Rossi's not fazed by it. He's going to take to the wall, no boost to work with. He's going to decide, I don't want to play for that. I'm going to let Murray have his time to shine, and I'm going to regroup, go get more boost, and ultimately compose myself, unless Joe had anything to say about it, which he doesn't. Matt can't quite get the second touch there. We'll have to leave it for Murray to make the pass over to Joe, but Onwom is going to be able to send that flying into the orange half of the field. Rossi on the end of things won't be able to make the pass either.
Thrusters must be feeling melted by this point, as each and every single player right now has been having a rough moment of their own. But currently, we take a look at Ashy, who's been really that determining factor as he gets it over one. Is he going to be breaking some cords? Yes? No? It just goes for the pass. Rather for the solo play, he tries to incorporate teamwork, but friendship ends up being the downfall of a possible second.
Yeah, what could have been a great goal is kept up by the Merc, and GCU, they've still got an awful long way to go. 1 minute 50 remains, and they're still looking for that equalisation. They need one, and they need it pretty quickly, but they're being forced to play a bit of defence at the minute, so that ball's going to find the midfield and will find the hands of Ashi, who won't be able to find any of his teammates in blue. Alban will be able to find it now. Nonetheless, he's going to have to rotate back out, get more boost, play a bit of defence. The ball's going to find its way into the hands of Matt. Plenty of this room to work with, but ultimately nothing will come of it as Moise Murray is going to sit on the midway point, take the ball high, but on one, he doesn't want that to be a reality. He's going to stop the Merc in its tracks as Grizzlies, they want another one. They want that comfortability. They want the lead. They want it now.
They want it now, they need it. Chargers are looking desperate, but that is the only feeling that they should be getting. Rossi goes for a very nice attempt. Although in the end, you have to connect those dots if you want to create the line towards the second goal. And that's where he comes in, looking for that mid spot. Moise is being a bit of an aggressor here, but it's left open. It actually passes by it. Gonna take the boost mid side. It is an attempted pass yet again, and this time Opal will have to deny the lead towards the center side of the net. A beautiful pass right over to Moise, who's gonna be redirecting it into the hands of Ashi, and as he looks to make something out of nothing, it's gonna be none other than Rossi Dushasi to put in the second and get Grizzlies a larger chance of taking the third one for themselves.
There's that comfortability that I mentioned. That's what they needed. They needed that second goal to sit and be more comfortable. Yes, there's still time on the clock, but it's only 36 seconds unless Chargers get an insane kickoff here. I don't think it's possible for them to come back. And well, Mossy looks like he's gotten the better of this kickoff. Plenty of boost for him to work with. He opts not to go for that touch there. Instead, we'll leave Onwam to it. The ball's set high, but into the hands of Murray. He looks to get the first goal for GCU, but time is ticking. Joe has to do something. He will send it into the blue half, but ultimately it won't pose much of a threat for now. Instead, Mac's going to get on the end of it, but the double commit comes out from the Grizzlies. It will still keep the ball out as 10 seconds remain, and well, this ball ultimately will fall to the floor, and the Grizzlies will take this into match point.
Grizzlies' commitment, shutting Chargers yet again, and now pulling them into this dark, deep hole, as now it has been 3 in a row for Grizzlies. They lost the first 2, but that was just a moment of refreshment. They needed to know what loss feels like, so redemption could shine bright, and now they have gotten 3. They have had a flawless run towards this match point. Some could even say this was a sort of anti-sweep, but in the end, they get themselves one more, and this will be the match that just consolates for their previous losses.
Yeah, I mean, a reverse sweep, I didn't think we were going to see. We saw games go so close, we saw overtime, and reverse sweep maybe. I think we've had a great day of Rocket League, but there is still much more to come. I mean, Grizzlies, the job's not over yet. The job is not over yet, as the boys, they look like they're enjoying themselves, definitely. And that's the fun of Rocket League. This is just a little friendly. Obviously, Strathers, they have the title, and this is just a friendly, and they're having fun with it. That's what we like to see here as we head into what could potentially be the final game.
Potentially, but don't downplay on Chargers. I mean, look, they've had themselves a bad start, or rather a fantastic start, but a bad mid part. Now it's time for them to start climbing up the hills yet again, and I think they have more than enough conditioning that they need to get themselves up there. And with it, we mean that this is going to be going for that 7th one. We saw the 7-round series in the first one today. I think we can bring it back just for one more.
Yeah, you know, definitely. It's on the cards, on the table. We could see that happen today, but I think Grizzlies, I don't know if they want to lose this one. I mean, they've lost the title, and I think they just want to end this here. They want to take second place comfortably in Rocket League, and I think that might be what happens as we head into this potentially final game. As well, we've had a great Rocket League, I have to say.
So much potential from all these players, but this being the potentially last is honestly heartbreaking. I mean, it's been such a good day here, and we don't want this to end right now. Chargers, we believe in you to take it into the final, and then into the final, we can't be biased. We simply can't. The Carster curse is real, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but I mean, we're going to have to have predictions, right? I need to beat you in something. You already beat me with Strathers. I mean, we have to have a little bit of we have to have a say in this, I think. We have to have predictions, but we're not going to be biased now, I don't think, because Chargers, they have the opportunity to bring us all the way.
Yeah.
So let's not be biased. Let's just go open-minded into this game, as the boys will be ready to go, essentially. They've had some time to think about what went wrong and what was good for them. Now, it's just time to show it on field.
These are the final moments to really strive for what you have not been able to achieve up until now. And well, if you can get these opportunities, really show off or just have a blast at it, I think all is going to be more than granted here in what's said by Alec, quote unquote, the possible last. I'm gonna quote you on that possible because it doesn't mean it's 100%. It's not over just yet. Look, the party is only getting started for BFG, and Rocket League has been an absolute kickoff, which, I mean, I'm hoping it continues the full way. We're really expecting this to kind of drag on as much as I would not call it dragging.
Yeah, definitely. We're hoping that we see it go all the way. This is just, it's been a first for Battle for Glasgow, right? Like we mentioned, there were sweeps last year all the way through, and there was almost sweeps all the way in 2023, and now we've been in for great Rocket League this time. We've seen so many series, so many incredible goals, so many whiffs as well. But you know, it comes with Rocket League. The whiffs definitely come, and they're fun
You
to
need
witness.
to call out the players, Alec. Come on.
No, you definitely do. Come on, you're on a LAN. If you
That is
get a
true.
whiff, it's funny. You can
I mean,
laugh
if
it
we
off.
got into the match, it would be too overpowered. We're simply just, I mean, diamond for me, that would be.
Ooh, you might put an end to it. You might as well just join that Strathers team. You might be up there as one of the best players. Might be get you an RLCS.
Ooh, I'm looking forward. I'm gonna start applying right now. You know.
Yeah, get you an open six so for the rally major. But you know, yeah, sub us in. We'll do good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be a 2v3. That's how we would make it fair. You know.
Yeah,
But,
definitely.
I mean, again, Chargers, we believe in them. Let's be open-minded and let's see this go. And like you said, the distinction 0 to 100. According to the stats, previous time it was sweeps. It was domination. This time around, players are feeling comfortable. They're having a blast, and everyone is having really close matches. Even the scores at times. We haven't seen a lot of these goal deficits, but hopefully we don't get to see any more, as now it's down to game number 6.
Game number 6. It's honestly do or die for Chargers, and I think they're going to come up swinging. Joe already looking to make an absolute statement in game 6. Won't be able to get to the back of the net, but keeps the pressure alive for the time being. Is on one forced to rotate, but the rotation has been cut. Joe already on the end of things. The shot comes out, and well, Chargers come out swinging in game number 6. The crowd, they're loving the comeback.
It's Jover when Joe gets that ball. He absolutely got it through. That was perfect accuracy. Get this man into darts. I imagine he'd be wrecking. But in the end, Chargers, good beginning. That's what we love to see. Again, though, Grizzlies don't fall down back to them because they still have a lot of time here. 4:30 is no joking matter. Although Mac isn't one either, as he's looking to go for these opportunities and maybe even, I imagine, trying to get some bumps in the meanwhile to throw Grizzlies off guard.
Yeah, definitely. Bumps and demos, right? Get them out, and then you're going to have an advantage, and that's probably what we're going to see here. But Ashi has a little attack of his own. The Merc able to swiftly collect that. Nice little save from him there. Is going to keep it out of that orange net, but on one keeps the pressure alive, and, well, not a lot of boost for him. He's going to have to leave it to his teammates to kind of do much there. Ross is already up the ball. It's too high for him to get back to. On one, not going to be able to get to either. It's bump galore in the midfield. As the Grizzlies are kind of all over the place at the minute, and the Chargers are going to have to capitalise. Murray won't be able to have the shots off him, well, the shot isn't going to be on target on the open net.
It won't. Oh, there we go. Nice little bunch up from 3, but look at the boost from Grizzlies. 2 of the players barely have any to beat themselves. Amo will get that mid-pad. Nicely, hopefully, being able to catch up to Rossi's plan right now. He does get interrupted very swiftly here. But now, Chargers aren't even smooth like a criminal yet again, though. It comes out moist, and he gets that 50-50 above, although it's right into the wheels. The hot wheels of Amo, who's looking for some shots back, but matters not as Moist Murray makes it even deeper. The cut of the wounded Chargers on that 2-0 streak.
Yup, they're rubbing the salt in the wound a little bit here. Murray able to slot that one in is going to further the lead for GCU and, well, bring us closer to that game 7 that we know and love. But the Grizzlies are not going to back down without a fight as we head to kick off for the 3rd time this game. On one, he's going to have a beautiful opportunity here. Not a lot of boost to his name, but the opportunity will diminish all thanks to the mark of Murray and, well, GCU. On the end of things once more, they want another goal. They want to further their lead, and all might be thanks to Joe. This is a great opportunity, but the double tap won't quite work out this time as the ball is going to find itself in the air. Once more, Murray on the end of things might leave it for Mac. Instead, we'll opt to get that second touch as Mac's going to be up, but he won't quite get the touch he wants.
Well, Chargers here haven't swept no more cold stove. It doesn't seem like Grizzlies are able to pull that performance they were really showcasing and displaying in the so-called previous matches. But there's the shot from Mac, really putting some shiver into these timbers. And even myself, I might as well be thrown off my chair because Chargers, they just keep it coming.
Yeah, shot after shot at the minute, and you're just going to think, well, one of these has got to go in, surely. But the defense from Grizzlies has been so dominant right now. Yes, they have conceded 2, but they're showing that a great level of defense at the minute. They just need to turn it into offense. They need their own opportunities, and right now that's not happening for them. They can't get out with their own half. Ashley won't be able to find that touch, but luckily Rossi will be able to get that save. But doesn't mean the threat is over yet. Joe tries to find Murray in the midfield, won't be able to quite find the back of the net as he's forced to go again, regroup and let Joe have his turn at the ball. And well, ultimately that opportunity has diminished as Ashley's already up. The bump comes into play. Onwam sent flying into the back of that orange net, and it leaves Rossi, the third man back, won't be able to get the touch. Ashley has to send it high with a flick, and well, a bit of a scramble to this ball here for the Grizzlies.
There's a bit of a scramble, and we're starting to look like it's about to be getting even more mixed up. A bit of a serve being potted up here by Chargers, who have already claimed a very good lead up on the position, but this is going to be an open one. Oh, Ashy, he goes for it, but he doesn't pick up the right pace, doesn't get the timing on the touch either, and Elfo looking to fix upon his mistakes, but the redemption simply doesn't quite show itself just yet. And a voice Murray shot, the classic in the lead. The net to be open, and Chargers back in charge of who's really winning and who's not.
Yup, a great, absolutely incredible play from Murray there. It's going to allow Mac to, take the pass, and then Murray's going to slot it in. It allows GCU that lead, and well, it's a pretty good one, I've got to say. So Ross is already on the end of things. Not a lot of this to work with, but it doesn't matter. The shot's open. Ashley's going to come in to save the day. And well, there's the first for Grizzlies. The momentum is going to surely be in play after that. Yes, Rossi wasn't able to get that goal there, but his friend Ashley, he's able to come save the day and get the first for Grizzlies. Really set the tone for this game 6.
It nicely calms us down here. Grizzlies, they're still in the game. They have not lost track of time yet, but it does seem like it's starting to slowly run out and fade into composition here. The Chargers going in for yet another. They just do not stop persisting. And while though it was there with a great setup, even with Grizzlies leaving it out for open and for it to be claimed, hunt has not yet ended, and 50 seconds might be the only remain. Rossi, this team up here for the rest of the two when it comes down to Grizzlies certainly wasn't excellent, but it will just get that extra chance, I imagine, once it starts applying pressure.
Yep, actually looking to find on one there in the midfield. Won't quite be able to as well. Mac's going to hear the ding of the crossbar as well, he's forced to rotate back out, but GCU are still comfortably in the lead. 30 seconds remain. They don't really need anything here. They just need to keep up great defense. And Joe, plenty of boost now. Great opportunity for GCU to further their lead, but that might quickly fade. But Murray's on the end of it. We'll get that second touch. It's over onto the sides. While great opportunity may arise for GCU, but quickly diminish. UOG, you have 10 seconds left. You need 2, and ultimately, you need it now.
You do need it now, but I think it's far too late for any changes to be made. Grizzlies, it's on your side. You're about 0 seconds away, and it is done and dusted. Now nicely locked in, and the hat trick to be buried. Chargers are going to be back. 3-3, and out of the 7 possible, we're going to the very last one to decide who manages to take at least 1 win in the full round robin we have today.
Yeah, you know what? If you told me we were gonna get 2 game 7s, I would have said no. I would not have believed you. But I mean, what a great day for Rocket League here, and well, it comes down to this final game, Bob. It definitely does. We saw some great goals this game, especially from Moise Murray. He's been putting up a great performance for GCU, being able to really get them back in the swing of things, get them back to that game 7. But now it's do or die. Everything is on the table for these 2 teams. You have to be pitch perfect.
Now let's see the fans. Are their cheers going to be really stepping up to the task of these 2 teams being just arosed by them? And in the end, I mean, we have 2 choices. It's Grizzlies, it's Chargers. They've been gone quite a long way about it. Now Grizzlies, with a very rough start, ended up actually bringing it back. Now, while they have reached this match point earlier, even though Chargers were constantly 1 point away from it, in the end, we still go till the very end. Beyond the limit, you could say. And now, I mean, like you said, this is going to be fantastic to see for the final. And I'm just imagining, what is the true talk behind these teams' thoughts?
Yeah, definitely both these teams are going to have to really nail in their strategies here as game number 7 is upon us. Grizzlies versus Chargers. It's do or die.
Do or die, you said it. It's your words. It's the words of many others. And as much as the thought is coming in, Moist Murray coming in even stronger. There's a shot, didn't connect, but a second opportunity comes around, and although Grizzlies are going to be keeping it steady, their defense has never failed to fail them.
Yep, over to Ashley, not going to be able to do much there, and Ross is going to have to be forced to play defense as Murray's already up. The crossbar might just be heard once more, but Mac won't be able to find the back of the net, and instead this ball will find the hands of Ashley, who tries to get the threat away from that blue goal. And well, it's away for now, but Murray's going to return the favour, and so will Rossi. The ball is heading firmly towards that orange net, but it has been dropped to the floor as On1 with the shot opportunity. It will be safe from Joe, but doesn't mean that the threat is away for now, as Mac's going to send the ball into the air as, you know, a minute has amassed and nothing really has happened.
Surfacing up, 1 minute's already passed us, and again, this might be going even into overtime with the 0-0. We've seen it before, we can see it again. There's many opportunities, and there's infinite possibilities for these teams to take it. But currently, Ashley's looking to whittle them down, whittle up the enemies with goals after shots and more to come. And currently, Grizzlies, they're going to be having some very, very heated moments over by their goal side. And Job, he's looking for it. That's a pass right for him to claim, although the ball will be going a bit too fast for his catch-up action, although Mac's still trying to keep it right in its position, and its rightful possibility for Chargers to again get this opening.
Yep, Rossi trying to clear the danger. He will be able to, but Murray's trying to return the favour back. It's over into the hands of Ashley. Is that on target? It's going to find its way in. It's not. And unfortunately, we are still scoreless, but definitely there is a lot of pressure from both of these teams. It's just about who is going to capitalise first. And the Grizzlies, they look like they're on the end of things, but the double commit from On1 and Ashley might leave their goal vulnerable if Matt can get to it in time. Maybe fake out Rossi here, but instead, the connection will happen, and it'll allow Grizzlies the time and the opportunity to regroup and start their defensive masterclass as GCU are coming in swinging.
The big bertha for Moist Murray has really been a fantastic lead for 50-50s, as it's constantly got the edge over anyone trying to go up against them. But as much as this card has its pros and cons, currently we're going to need to see the pros and cons of both of these teams alike. Matt currently scrolling around trying to find the script and maybe read off of it as Rossi is going in from the top. He gets it past one. This pass through the mid is going to be perfect, but I believe the rest of the team were anticipating for him to finish the job, although they're not going to be leaving that job to be unchecked. They're looking to finish it themselves, and although Amal is having a really awkward situation for that rotation and reset. In the meanwhile, Ashley's left out defended against Morris, who just gets it fast, but two were needed for that defense, who really shows the strength of the shooting power GCU have.
Definitely, and we're still scoreless and 2 minutes remain on the clock, but I might have to bite my own words as Murray put up a bit of attack. It's not going to find its way in the back of the net for now, but the pressure still remains. On1 trying to clear this pressure, clear the ball away from the goal, won't be successful in doing so, and Ashley won't be either as this ball hurls into the back of the blue net, all thanks to Mac. And GCU, they've caught it swinging right now. They might just be in for a great game if they keep this up.
Mac's presence never leaves this field. He's always around. Either you forget about him and it ends up costing you dearly, or you constantly remember him and remember him and fear you do. Grizzlies gonna be having to face off against 0-1. Now 1 minute and 50, which definitely we've seen these goals take quite a lot of time to be delivered, but this also tempts some of these players to take a lot more risks in order to gain more rewards, and I imagine Grizzlies are finding themselves in that position, but it's up to them to really find themselves that smart decision making to come out on top with it. Otherwise, it's going to cost them more than it already has.
1 minute 26. Grizzlies, you need to do something now. Joe's already up. It's looking like a great pass over to Murray. He can get on the end of things. Unfortunately, won't be able to, but pressure might remain. Rossi can't quite clear that ball, and Matt looking to slot another one in. Won't be able to. The opportunity won't quite arise, and the ball will find itself into that left-hand side corner and over into the air once more, all thanks to Rossi. The pass comes out to Ashley, but the shot just is not there. Rossi once again tried to put on attack, but again it's just faded away, all thanks to GCU, as that 1 minute mark is just going to slowly tick away. Grizzlies, you need something now.
You need it now. I imagine it's getting to the very peak moment of where they need to start shaking about it. They need to really input those buttons as fast as they can, because it's now or never, do or die here. Come on, Grizzlies, you have 40 seconds, and Chargers have been taken away for 1. It's 1 goal, it's not a lot, but the time is going to be stating a similar sentence. That's currently down to the last half minute. It's going to be really close. It's going to be tempting, but Job's still fending off nicely. He's going to be that main barrier, really blocking it out, but it's in front of the net. It doesn't get taken. Ashley goes in for it, and he slips in between two, gets himself that one, and Grizzlies are back on equal terms.
Grizzlies are back in the swing of things. It's honestly, that just should not happen there. But GCU, they're caught lacking a little bit, and well, that's going to result in the equalization. With 21 seconds left to go, a kickoff goal is needed before we go to another OT. And well, it is do or die, but an OT would be quite nice. But Rossi's going to try and end this now as he put it on target. Won't quite find the back of the net, but he will find the demos. 10 seconds left. That's all that remains. Bubble fly its way over into this blue half as demos come out, and well, that won't be quite utilised for now as this ball might hit the floor unless Mark has anything to say about it. On one takes to the skies, and so does Ashi, but ultimately OT is upon us.
Riding the wave, Grizzlies just managed to get themselves that final moment. Chargers indeed as well have really been all around the place, but I've been seeing a lot of chemistry, and don't let it end so soon. No, it does not. Chargers will be keeping up the tempo, and now it's down to Ashley to finish it off, and that's the shot, just blasted off. He gets the second, and Grizzlies taking away the final series.
Oh, it was open.
Oh no.
The rotation. The misread from GCU. The rotation, look at the disappointment on their face. To be fair, it was a great performance, but ultimately your rotations just were not there, and well, the Grizzlies are gonna punish that. Of course they are. They're two times champions for a reason, and well, they haven't won this one, but they did definitely win that series, and it was a very interesting series, I do have to say.
They got the bare minimum, they could, and in the end, Chargers, they were a fantastic bunch. They just couldn't find the energy to really push that very limit towards the end, but in the meanwhile, they were doing a good job. They were keeping them at pace. They were having the pressure. I imagine Grizzlies weren't constantly comfortable because of players such as Moist Murray, the Schwer Mac with a shot, and Job as well, and on an uprising in the recent rounds. They did a fantastic job. In the end, these overtimes proved that both of these teams were fantastic rivals for each other. But Grizzlies, they found the mistake, and they capitalized.
Yup, they don't go home with the title for Rocket League, but they go home with that second place medal. And well, it has been a great bit of Rocket League for us today. And I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. It's always nice to be back by Charge Esports. Absolutely beautiful production, I do have to say. So it's always nice to be here. But that's gonna it for Rocket League.
That's it for Rocket League, but that means there's more games to come along. Valorant, Overwatch, League, fighting games, Rainbow Six Siege, you name it. There's going to be so much more, and with it, I believe, Alec, we're going to be able to meet some interesting people.
Yeah, like I mentioned at the start of the day, Charge, the gift that keeps on giving. They have plenty of special guests over this weekend. If you keep up on the socials, you will know exactly who they are, but I'm going to leave the mystery up on the stream. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out who those special guests are if you haven't been watching. And well, we're going to head to a short little break to end Rocket League off with an interview. Hello, hello, welcome back. And well, we have just seen a great series of Rocket League, and we have yet again another interview, this time with the Merc Merchant himself, Moist Murray.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, what a great series. And I mean, me and Bob were both wondering, is Merc, is it a part of the strat?
I guess, yeah. I mean, you know, the Merc is the best car in the game. You know, it's just bigger. It's just lighter to use. The 50s, you know, had to stick with the Merc. I've been using it for years now, so I guess you could say it's part of the strat, yeah.
Part of the strat, you can't change car, you can't change the Merc, it's too powerful, it's like a wall in defense. But I mean, going into that series, obviously you knew there was like really nothing to play for. Strathers already, they had it secured. How did you feel going into it, just knowing it was like a little friendly?
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Like, back-to-back Game 7s is crazy, honestly. And I think most games were OT as well. So, yeah, it was a whole load of fun. Really good matches, really enjoyed it.
And I believe you have a new pickup on the roster. I can't remember which one it is.
Mac?
Yeah, Mac, perfect. So obviously with that new pickup of Mac, how do you feel like the roster really has changed? Do you think there's more potential with this new pickup, or do you think it's kind of like the same sort of vibe?
I think we get the same sort of vibe. Mac's very good game sense-wise. He's got the rotations down. He's a really reliable player. And then Joe's just a veteran of the team. He's been here for years now. But yeah, overall, quite a solid team. Unfortunately, couldn't get a win today, but it is what it is. We'll try again next year, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, second place, it's not bad at all. Definitely Strathers, they were honestly crazy today. I didn't think that anyone was going to be able to come like close, but obviously you guys did. So definitely it was a very good job done. And well, second place, it's something you can go home proud with, right? There's always next year, I suppose. Finally step on the top of that podium. But thank you very much for the interview. It's been great.
Thank you.
It was nice to see that Merc come out to play once more for another year. And well, we have a lot going on for the rest of the day. We have a nice little fan zone in the Student Association building. What you can do is you can go check out Glasgow Children's Hospital booth. And I was going to leave it a bit of a mystery, however, I'm going to spill the beans right now, that if you stay and stick around, there is a meet and greet with Isla Campbell, the voice actor of Chloe from Valorant. They've really stepped things up with bringing in special guests. They're the gift that keeps on giving. So make sure that you stick around for that and the exclusive Q&A at 5:45 p.m. But that's all for Rocket League, and we'll see you around.
They hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself. Yeah, why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation.